Well, a very good morning and welcome back to Zagreb at the start of day 2 of competition of the Zagreb Grand-Prix. 4 weight categories to bring to you today. The under 63 and under 70 kilo categories for women and the under 73 and under 81 kilo categories for men. Let's start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 63 category. And the number 1 seed is home favourite Mariana Miskovic. The number 2 seed is Hannah Martin of the United States of America. Number 3 seed is Magdalena Kasakova of Austria. And the number 4 seed is Agata Ozdoba of Poland. Miskovic will be looking for her 6th IJF medal on the IJF World Tour. 34 years old now. Took time out to have children on 2 occasions. He's got 2 youngsters, but is still around and maybe still interested in giving this one more roll of the dice. Hannah Martin is the number 2 seed, as I mentioned, looking for her 4th IJF medal on the IJF World Tour. In the under 70 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Katarzyna Klis of Poland. The number 2 seed is Barbara Matic of Croatia. There'll be plenty of support for her. Number 3 seed is Gershak Sabina of Hungary, and the number 4 seed is Anka Pogacnik of Slovenia. Klis and Matic will be the 2 fighters to watch in this category. Between them, they've got 16 IJF medals, so there's plenty of success with those 2, and those will be the 2 to watch. Matic, just 21, so a real prospect in store for the Croatians. When it comes to the men, the under 73 kilo category, Dmitry Kanivets of Ukraine is the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed, Tommy Masias of Sweden. The number 3 seed, Sam van der Westende of the Netherlands. And the number 4 seed is the former cadet world champion. He won the cadet world championships in 2009 in Budapest. That is Arbi Kamkoyev of Russia, just 23 years old, and now looking to make a mark in senior judo. He took a silver medal in 2 men earlier in the year at the 2 men Grand Slam, so maybe his time is coming in the under 73 kilo category. The Russians have got the number 1 seed in the under 81 kilo category. That's Alan Kubetsov. He will be a handful, and they also have the current Olympic champion at under 81. Unfortunately, we haven't got him here, but Alan Kubetsov is the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is Csoknai Laszlo of Hungary. The number 3 seed is his teammate Ungvari Attila, and the number 4 seed is Kubetsov's teammate Aslan Lapinigov. Now, the Russians have got real riches at under 81 kilos. Back in 2012, it was Ivan Nifontov who took the bronze medal for them at the Olympic Games in London. He won the World Championships in 2009 in Rotterdam. But this year in Rio, it was the turn of Hassan Karl Musayev to step up for the Russians. He took the gold medal there. So you're probably looking at the number 3 and 4 of the Russian team at under 81, and yet there's still plenty of power there, plenty to look out for there. We are a couple of minutes away from getting underway. You can choose whichever of the mats you want to watch, but we're going to go to mat 1. Jabo Friges of Hungary faces Milan Nikolic of Serbia. Jabo in the white judogi, Nikolic in blue. And on mat 2, you've got Kustrim Gashi of Kosovo against Aaron Turner of Great Britain. So that's the start to the day. Jabo may feel a little bit unlucky there to have a Yuko called against him. It looked as though he turned onto his front, and eventually they did decide to wave that one off. generous start to the day from the referee. Jabot does get on the board. This time the score goes his way, and he leads by Wazari now. Good morning to everyone who's just joining us wherever you may be joining us from. Don't forget, you can just click the feedback button if you like to send us a message. We had a nice message from Richard Britton yesterday. I wonder if he's joined us early today. Maybe he's got the day off, I don't know. But thanks very much for your message, with which we fully agree. Wazari the lead with a little under 3 minutes left to go. Little stab at the Uchimata there from Nikolic. The Serbs had some success yesterday with Milica Nikolic. She took gold in the under 48 kilo category, and we missed out on interviewing her. We would have interviewed her yesterday, but she had to rush home after she'd collected the medal and gone to doping control. We missed out on interviewing her. She's got some studies, some exams that she had to prepare for, so that's a race home. However, I understand from her coach that we're going to swap some contact information, and I can do an interview with her online. I don't mean online live that you will be able to get at home, but at least we can report for you and get some quotes from her and see how she feels about yesterday's first gold medal win on the IJF World Tour. Fought well yesterday. 3 ippons on her way to the gold medal, I doubt. Well, I'm not sure if she's related to Milan. Might have to ask the coach, or maybe somebody else out there knows about it. Very good morning to Lars Hellberg as well. Well, there will be some Swedes competing today. Hopefully you'll meet with some success. Second score on the board now for Jabot. He tries to wrap Nikolic up, free the leg and apply the Osai Waza. Quite happy to burn some time on the clock as well. Oh, where did that come from? Unbelievable. 2 scores down, 20-odd seconds left on the clock, and Milan Nikolic comes up with a thumping Uchimata for Ippon. Sabo can't believe it. Yeah, there's no doubt about it either. Threw everything at this right-sided Uchimata, and over he goes. Big hand, big right arm, goes down the back. He just puts everything into it. Fully committed. Well, shocker. Right, on the mat now, Muhammadlaziz Kayumov of Uzbekistan faces Stepo Roko of Croatia. It's Kayumov in the white judogi and Roko in blue. What a start to the day. Nikolic coming up with that crunching Ippon. First look, for me anyway, at Kayumov. Wants to go left-sided there. I can't remember having seen him. Oh, he's had to tap out. Roko got himself in a little bit of trouble down there on the ground. And Muhammadlaziz Kayumov of Uzbekistan applied that Kansetsu waza to take the contest. 23 years old. Lost out to Alim Gadanov in the Grand Slam in Tumin earlier in the year. He's been about on a couple of occasions, but I have to apologise that, well, on my part anyway, hasn't left a lasting impression. Anthony Zing of Germany is on the mat now. He faces Nikola Gardasevic of Montenegro. Zing in the white judogi, Gardasevic in blue. Finnish referee just tidying up the back number for Zing. That just came away. Just some the advertising maybe wasn't stuck on properly. Good morning to Ilya Siganovic. He was here yesterday the Serb fighter. He's either at home or at least he's got some access to the internet, but it was really good watching him yesterday. Nice judo, and a very good morning to you. I bet you enjoyed that last contest. Teammate Milan Nikolic disposing of Zabo Frigas with that beautiful Uchimata for Ippon. Quality finish. And maybe you can tell us if Milan is related to Milica, I don't know. Around about the same age, both involved in judo and both called Nikolic, maybe. Maybe Ilya Saganovic can tell us. He'll have the inside track on that information, I'm sure. No score yet between Zing in the white judogi and Gardazevic in blue. A little stab at Kojigari there from Zing, but failed to unsettle Gardazevic. Montenegrin has picked up a single Shido. Well, it didn't come down to penalties in the end. It was that Ippon from Zing that finished things off. Right, who we got coming up next then? Vaclav Sedmidubski of the Czech Republic faces Marcel Setsia of Romania. It's Sedmidubski in the white judogi and Setsia in blue. I might have to ask one of our colleagues about the correct pronunciation for the Romanian. Victor Florescu could help us out. He's from neighbouring Moldavia. He'll know about the pronunciation of Romanian names. I'll just catch him and see if he can correct that for us. Weak left-sided Makikomi effort there from Sedmidubski. What's ailing him then? He's got a cut. All right. I'll just go and tidy that up. But meanwhile, whilst they're tidying that up, maybe we can go to map 2 and have a look at Denis Bekic of Croatia. He's up against Alexander Turner of the United States of America. It's our first look at Alexander Turner. I haven't seen him before. Definitely haven't seen him before. Right. Thank you so much to Ilya Saganovic, who's tidied that up. He's cleared up the question as to the relationship between Milan Nikolic and Milica Nikolic, and they are not related at all. So that's tidied that one up. He said that Nikolic is one of the most common surnames in Serbia, but they happen to train at the same club. Okay, so thanks very much. And if you get to see Milica, then we want to add our congratulations to those of the crowd here yesterday, because she was well received as the gold medalist in the under 48 kilo category here yesterday, but had to race off. So I'm glad that you had a safe trip back. And in English we call it the busman's holiday. It means that you're a driver and you have a holiday and you drive the bus for your holiday. Well, I hope you understand what I mean, because you're off from judo, you've got a break from judo, but you're sitting at home watching judo. So the diehards can't stay away from it. So I'm glad that you're able to watch the broadcast, and we've been bringing you live judo for quite a number of years now, and I know that there is a really, really big group of judoka who watch and are very appreciative of the broadcast. It's an absolute pleasure to be even remotely involved in the Ippon TV. I just absolutely love it. I'm glad to be around it, and I hope that the comments don't take away from your viewing enjoyment, because I know some of you have got the sound turned up, so I hope I'm not getting in the way of your enjoyment. Right, 2 penalties picked up by Denis Bekic, the Croatian fighter. We've got a minute and a half to go. Yeah, what a boy. Alexander Turner gets to bury Denis Bekic there. A nice look. So Turner's got some stuff about him. We're definitely going to see him again. But as I say, I can't remember having seen him before. 123 on the IJF World Ranking list. And it's just as well that we came down to mat number 2, because mat number 1, they've just got back underway. There's a long break for treatment there, with Zed Madubski going off to get a cut attended to, and he was up against Marcel Chercha. We got the pronunciation, so thanks for that. In a previous contest here that was won by Alexander Turner, 23 years old. Alexander Turner. I'm just going to have a look and see where it is that I may have seen him. Nope. I thought not. He's never been at anything that I've been at. Or I could also put it that I've never been at anything that he's been at. So that's my first look at Alexander Turner. And he defeated Denis Bekic of Croatia by Ippon. On the mat now, Benjamin Axos of France faces Luka Half of Slovenia. It's Axos in the white judogi, Half in blue. I remember Luka from a few years ago in Slovenia. I think his mother gave me a lift to the competition hall once. Yeah, Luka. He's in the big time now. both fighters have picked up a single penalty. Koji a little bit risky. It's a long way off from Axos there, and there's a big height difference between this pair. Half is going to have to be a little bit careful with the foot techniques. Half's going to have to pick his head up here. Otherwise he's going to pick up another penalty. Just getting out-muscled by Axos. Yeah. Well, he's still in it. A little over a minute left to go, and Half, if he can come up with a score, could take the contest. Just feel as though a single score will do it. Close. Almost able to bring Axos down onto his side. Well, Axos comes up with an error right at the end that keeps half in the contest. Just what you didn't want. Another penalty. He was unable to fight off half and ended up with that error. And now you get the feeling that half is he's not reborn, but definitely he's got some enthusiasm about him now. He could come and steal this. A tall Frenchman picking up a second Shido in the last 20 seconds. So, just got to keep his head up here. Half. Drop the hips a little bit. Chance for the take. Yes! Oh, that was so close. He managed to get his elbow down, and I think that's what is going to save him. Half just dropped his hips to pull off that takedown. Couldn't get Axos onto his back or down onto his side. The force is with the Slovenian at the moment, and I don't think there's any control on the way down from Axos. That was an effort from half. He's still in this, plucky Slovenian. Not a bad little stab there with the Ippon Seanagi Koji Gaki combination. Another big attack here, and Axos may end up passive. Wasn't in the right position to take advantage of any nearvaza. He had his arm trapped in there after the effort. Go first. Good man. That's the stuff now. He's just got to stave off the attack. I think he's going to steal it here. He's going to take it. He's going to take it. What a man. What a battle that was. I'm not talking about classic style judo. That was just digging deep. Did absolutely everything that he could to take that contest. Oh well. That was really hard work. Thanks very much for your message, Stefan Georg from Bonn. Glad that you're enjoying the judo. And now on mat 2, Nikon Saboruscic of Moldavia faces Jonathan Aladon of France. This is in the under 81 kilo category, round 1 in the under 81 kilo category. Almost an overthrow there, complete overthrow. Whipped over with that right leg. Well, they're just going to have another look at this because that was huge. And it was a complete overthrow, but he flew there. The Moldavian absolutely flew through the air but landed on his front, so no score. Exciting, but no score. Looking for another effort, Aladon. There's the action. As you can see, the referee was right on top of that. I mean, it looks spectacular, doesn't it? Here comes the effort. Big Harai Goshi it ended up, but on his front, so no score. Good call. He was unfazed, referee. Anto Progmet, and here is the referee giving out that Shido for just pulling away the gi with that one hand. negative gripping. Penalty. Single Shido against the Moldavian fighter with a little over 3 minutes left to go. Maybe we can call on Victor Florescu again for the pronunciation of this name. It's a tricky one. I'm sure that he won't mind helping us out. He's a nice chap. I'm sure that it's Zaborozchuk. That's what I'll go for. Zaborozchuk. It'll come back as something completely different now. Who else could help us down there? Claudio, he's down on the floor. They're both together now, Claudio and Florescu. All the Romanian speakers are collected in one area, and we can't get to them. Never mind, we'll catch them in a minute. Another overthrow. I think he's right here as well, the referee. And they're going to look at that one. This time, yes, they are going to squeeze a score out, and comes up with Wazari. So Aladon on the board with Wazari. I think we're going to get this now. Maybe we'll get it before Aladon actually finishes off the contest. Single Shido against Zaborozchuk. As Aladon wanders out of the area, you may pick up a penalty for stepping out there. But he leads by Wazari. Chance for Aladon to work on the ground now. Fancied his chances of a turnover there, but didn't come off. Thanks very much to Victor Florescu there. Zaborozchuk. So, there you have it. Not from the horse's mouth, because that would be from Zaborozchuk himself. He'd just gone over for Ippon there. Aladon eventually working things out. Ended up banging him over on a few occasions, but that last one for Ippon. And Stefan Georg, in his message, mentioned an English phrase called the icing on the cake, and it was a perfect phrase. Yes, we do have that in English, the icing on the cake. So I've never been described as icing before, but I know what you mean. So thanks very much. It really is the luckiest job that anybody in judo can have, to be on the IJF World Tour, sit mat side, watch the best fighters in the world, watch all the up and coming fighters in the world, be in and around everything that's happening in international judo, and not have to get banged about. So most of the people that can claim to be in and around international judo have at some stage had to take a few hard knocks to get there. And I kid you not for a long time, not for a very long time, have I had to take any knocks on the tatami. I've given that up quite a long time ago. But Neil Adams will tell you that you don't, get that kind of experience. You don't get to where he is and most of our sports team are, and even our media team. Everybody is involved or has been involved in the sport at a very high level, or at least in and around the level that they can bring that kind of experience to our written work and our broadcast work, and hopefully that comes across. And thanks again to Stefan for your very, very generous words. Right, who have we got coming up next then? Bojan Dozen of Serbia. I better get this one right because it's quite a long name. Let's look this one up. We're looking at the under 81 kilo category now. Right, Bojan Dozen of Serbia faces Tomas Morales. Give him his full name, Tomas Martinato Morales of Argentina. We'll just go with Morales, Tomas Morales. Dozen in the white judogi, Morales in blue, and it's another chance for the Serbs to show their mettle. Good strong team from Serbia here in Zagreb. We're going to stay here on mat number 2 because we've got the opening contest in the under 63 kilo category coming up soon. Morales picked up Shido there. Right, coming on to mat number 2 now. In the under 60 kilo category, Hannah Martin of the United States of America in the white judogi faces Chloe Van of France in blue. Hannah Martin's got the same birthday as my daughter. Just noticed that in the basic information that you can get on judobase.org. Same birthday. Different year, but same birthday. It means I won't be able to forget Hannah Martin's birthday now. Let's have a look at the footwork from Hannah Martin. Is she going to be able to get herself going here? Oh, chance for the Makikomi. Slipped off. Hands weren't strong and tight enough in the grip. Chance went begging. Toughing it out here, this pair. Didn't wrap the arm up, so when she went across on that side, left-sided, there was no pull, no real control of the top half of the body. She's not far from getting her feet in the right kind of position. It's just the top half of the body. Got to go now. Can't go over on that side for too long. Again, she's looking to take the left arm of her opponent, but needs to wrap it across the body, and it's not happening at the moment. Really needs to be tapping away at that left leg of Van as well. Doesn't want her advancing too far forward like that. She's so close. You need to get that left leg away. Remove it as a threat. That's one way of doing it. Yep. Couldn't finish off though. That's the position that Martin wants to be in. Left-sided Makikomi. Harai Makikomi would be good too. Maybe be a little bit brave for that. 2 penalties picked up by Martin now. Again, she gets herself into threatening positions, and it's just the finish. And that time, you had Van walking on to the throw. But can't go over there for too long. Can't keep your hands on that side for too long. Yeah, you are going to pay when you do that. Inside the last minute. Single score would take it. I'd take hold of the jacket and try and work from there. Lacking the footwork. There's no threat to Ivan's feet here, so she stays there. She's quite happy to keep that position. And you want to be able to unsettle your opponent. You don't want them settling. That was a better effort there. Went straight in for the sumigeshi. I say better effort, it was better timed. Frustration for fighter, frustration for coach. In as much as Johnny Prado can see what Martin needs to do, but he can't communicate that to her, and he can't communicate it in a way that will bring her any degree of success. So, Chloe Ivan of France gets past Hannah Martin of the USA. We're going to stay on mat number 2. We'll have another contest in the under 63 kilo category. Coming up next, Diana Gigaros of Russia will face Anna Kokeza of Croatia. Gigaros in the white judogi, Kokeza in blue. Yeah, that one's going across the chin there. The referee saved Gigaros in the end. And that was across the chin. Oh, yeah. Good work from Kokeza. Almost catching Gigaros and falling into the Osaikomi. Oh, she just slipped out there. Just managed to turn and avoid getting caught on the ground. Diana Gigaros. Needs to get that left leg off the head It puts a lot of pressure on and gives a degree of control as well. Both fighters attacking very quickly here, not hanging around at all. Once they've got a grip, off they go. Good reactions from both fighters as well. When there's a slip, they correct it very quickly. That was nice. Yeah. And the Ushiro Kezugatami as well. Neil Adams was talking yesterday about transitioning from one phase to the next. And we saw it there. He's a little bit high up with the left hand gripping up and around the top of the thigh. It's better when it's towards the knee, with a little bit more control, but he's got shorter limbs. So wasn't the best position, but it was strong enough. And Diana Gigaros goes into round 2. The Russians missed out in Rio in this weight category. Ekaterina Valkova was their entry and she just didn't live up to expectation. Right, on mat 2 now. Magdalena Kasakova of Austria faces Buga Kovac of Croatia. It's Kasakova in the white judogi, Kovac in blue. Neat work from Kosakova. And she brought down Kovac for Wazari there. A little over 2 minutes left to go. Kosakova working away in Nevaza now, looking for an opening. The referee decides that there's nothing happening there. Good defence from Kovac, and he stands them up. Second penalty picked up by Kovac. just going to slip the head out here. It's not as tight as she would like. Again, good defense from Kovacs. Still got a nice strong lead here. Sakova. Austrians spoilt for choice at 63 kilos. Quite a number of good fighters there. Catherine Unterwertsacker, Hilda Drexler, and now Magdalena Kosakova. One of the nicest teams as well. All really friendly, and I like chatting with the Austrian team. And they all speak good English. Catherine Unterwertsacher and Bernadette Graf are always kidding me about trying to speak German to them, but their English is so good. Right, Kosakova through to the next round. Coming up next, Ivana Komlosiova of Slovakia faces Rotem Shaw of Israel. It's Komlosiova in the white judogi, Shaw in blue. We're talking about the relative strengths of different countries in different weight categories. Rotem Shaw is in a category where Yadin Jerby has not only been world champion at under 63 kilos, but Olympic bronze medalist, so you've got some quality in there. Uchigari from the Israeli has Komlosiova hopping backwards to avoid getting caught. Very softly spoken, Rotem Shaw, when you chat with her. Turned off that Tani Otoshi effort. Nice reaction. Again, turned off that, but this time not just avoiding getting caught, but almost coming up with a counter. This time she does come up with a counter. First time it was avoiding completely the technique. The next time it came close to a counter, and the third time lucky for Rotem Shaw, she came up with a counter. So, Rotem Shaw leads here by Wazari with 1.5 minutes left to go, but we're going to sneak next door now to have a look at Agata Ozdoba of Poland. She's up against Nadia Basinski of Germany. It's Ozdoba in the white judogi, Basinski in blue. Keep an eye on Rotem Shaw, and you can keep an eye from that scoreboard at the top of your screen there. Minute left to go, and Rotem Shaw still leading. There's a bubbliness about Basinski. A nice fighter to chat to, and always happy-go-lucky character. Ojigari right-sided from Basinski. Just has Ozdoba walking backwards and hopping off to avoid getting caught. A little bit untidy with that Sutemi Waza effort. She wasn't really settled. Just kind of threw that in without a great deal of thought or preparation. Anyway, Ozdoba it is who picks up a penalty with 2.5 minutes left to go. Time running out on mat 2 for Komlossi over as she trails by Wazari with about 15 seconds left to go. Rotem Shaw looks as though she's headed for round 2. Meanwhile here, Ozdoba still has that single Shido against us. She tries to go left-sided there, but Basinski blocks that. She was waiting for that, wasn't she, Ozdoba? As soon as Basinski made that move over on that side, she was into position very quickly and brought Basinski down. She's holding on to her left knee. There's nothing serious there. Don't see anything on the way down. Maybe just trapped the knee at the completion of that Tani Otoshi, but we'll have a look when we get the replay. Here it comes. Yeah, ooh, ouch. Just traps the foot underneath. Hooks in with the left leg here, does Ozdoba, and just there. It's going to put the pressure on the knee. There's no give. You know, the foot is trapped there. That stops. And then the knee gets caught up. Right, Lucy Rentschel of Great Britain faces Andrea Leszki of Slovenia. It's Rentschel in the white judogi, Leszki in blue. Right, we're going to be joined for the first time today by Neil Adams. Very good afternoon to you, Neil.
Yeah, good afternoon, Sheldon.
You've got a book, haven't you?
Yeah.
No, let's get straight to it. Neil hasn't mentioned anything,
No,
but Neil Eckersley did. Neil Eckersley sent a message yesterday. He says, "Stop plugging your book." So it's not Neil. I'm going to ask you quickly about the book.
Well, Game of Throws. It's called A Game of Throws, of course, and not that I'm plugging it in any possible way, but
no, you never mentioned it, and it's not you. It's actually it's Neil Eckersley. That
I blame him.
I'm making fun of Neil Eckersley here, only because he wants me to plug his art gallery.
Yeah, of course he does. I blame him 100% for that. It's the last 30 years, not the first 30 years, so hopefully a little bit more interesting, and some ups and downs of what happens to athletes, not just while they're fighting, but after. So, yeah.
Right.
Anyway.
Now we got that out of the way.
That's been plugged.
A very good afternoon
to
you. Lucy Renshaw in the white judogi, Andrea Leschke in blue. And we saw in the previous contest Nadia Basinski getting her foot trapped and then putting pressure on the knee. I'm just going to wander down and have a look to see if she's okay, and I'll come back and let you know what's happening there. So here's Neil.
So Renshaw in white. And against a left-hander, we can see that Leschke just attacking relentlessly to the left. And of course, when you get a left-to-right situation, you have all sorts of different things that can happen. You've got to make sure that you get precisely up the middle if you're going to attack with uchimatas. Otherwise, there's problems with the counter-attack, of course, against opposites, but it works both ways, of course. That's why quite often you see a lot of combination attacks, and that's what Lucy Renshaw's doing there. Ouchi first, just to feed the leg through. So fairly even match this, 4-minute contest, and at the moment it's all evens, both attacking, so no penalties on the board. Well, Great Britain did very well yesterday. 2 bronze medals, well deserved as well, and both of them being secured by big Ippons in the bronze medal matches. So great start for them, and hips right the way across there for Renshaw. Renshaw will have watched that, and she'll be wanting to carry it all along. She'll be wanting to do exactly as her teammates did yesterday. France winning 2 gold medals, the only country to win 2 gold medals, but as usual the gold medals split all over the place, with Serbia, Poland and Slovenia taking 1 gold medal each, as well as France taking their 2. Well, Renshaw just ahead here on attacks, but seems to be losing it by the Shido. So I don't quite know how that happens, but anyway, she's the one going forwards. And now Andrea Leschke just on the defensive, 30 seconds to go. One more Shido up there and it will make it quite interesting. It could possibly go to golden score. Oh, she's run onto it. Well, Wazari given there. I thought that was a Yuko. I didn't think that was a Wazari. Didn't roll onto her shoulders, just went onto her sides. So it'll be interesting to see if that's changed by the video referee. Did see a couple of scores given that a little bit too generous yesterday, but anyway, Renshaw loses with that 1 score. Well, she'll be disappointed with that, because that puts her out of the competition, Lucy Renshaw. And it means that Andrea Leschke of Slovenia will go through. Slovenia having a good competition as well. 1 gold medal yesterday, remember. There it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. Look more like a Yuko. We've got to roll onto the points of the shoulders for a Wazari. Renshaw then out. We're going to stay, I think, on this mat. We are. We're going to go on to Yates Brown who is up against, of Great Britain, that is, against Nicole Stout of the USA. And Stout is in blue, Yates Brown of Great Britain in white. Under 70 kilograms. Of course, 4 weight categories today, 63s, 70s for ladies, and we've got the under 73s and under 81s for men's. So all systems go. Well, not the place to be there. Yates Brown just staying on hands and knees, needs to get up. Good fighter, Yates Brown. More of a fighter, I think, than technical. There's a good Sotokomigoshi, though, and
did she start off with? Didn't she start off with your mate Chris?
She did. She did indeed, and she's got the arm lock.
Yes,
nice little arm lock, and
had to tap about 10 times there, didn't she?
Yeah, I did it from an unusual situation, an unusual position as well. So yeah.
Not
good win.
It's not unheard of, but it is, and also it's very unusual. Very unusual. Neatly executed, that one.
Well, yeah, the arm came out, didn't it? And then it was almost Udi and, well, Udi Gatami rather than the Juji Gatami. But either way, it was a good way to finish there, and that puts her through to the next round in the under 70 kilograms.
We're going to move on to mat number 2 now. We're going to take a look at Gershak Sabina of Hungary. She faces Melissa Helene of France. It's Gershak in the white judogi, Helene in blue.
Yeah, French had a good tournament so far. It's a good young squad they've put out, isn't it? So obviously looking for new talent and seeing how they perform. Yep. So
Gershak, for me, is one of the most talented young fighters in the weight category. My concern, however, is that it's not a secret that she's got some injury. She's carrying an injury, a back injury as well, and she's just one of those fighters who won't stop.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that coaches have to take command on things like that, you know, when you're looking at long-term situations, because you have to look at the big picture, don't you? You know, the thing is, if she carries on, then she'll probably not be able to complete the task, you know, which is obviously Olympic Games and things like that.
She's only 20, and it's a back. You know, we don't really know, you know, everything that goes on in there. Sometimes you get a backache. You can't remember having done anything that brings it on, but you know, you can't move or stand up or straighten up or something.
Well, no, I remember I had I used to do seoinage as a kid, and I had a really bad back injury, and my father said that we need to lower the centre of gravity, because seoinage was a standing seoinage, so it was very high, and so we increased the base, and that's where the taitoshi came from.
Yeah. Oh.
So it's quite interesting. So, you know, it's a slight readjustment sometimes of certain techniques. So I hope that the coach is looking at maybe the techniques a little bit more technically, just to see what's causing the problem. Could be a really badly executed seoinage.
Yeah, it's difficult to know exactly what it is. But she's a Yuko up here with a little over 2 minutes left to go. Such a nice fighter, strong. You know, saw her as a cadet, a junior now, and
well, yeah, and also coming into seniors.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, obviously now the next 4 years are going to be very important, and we're going to see a lot of the youngsters coming through now into these Grand Prix Grand Slams. And there's a great score, yeah, great was
a little combination, wasn't it? You
lovely
know,
combination.
Bang, bang.
Excellent.
You know,
and good transition. It's all over, and Gershak is going to go through.
You know, you don't knock any French fighter over easily. Not getting out of there.
No, well, it wasn't going anywhere, was it? Other than through to the next round. So round 2 it is. Well, So sometimes, we talked about readjustment yesterday and how important it is, and you see that sometimes, the first one doesn't actually succeed, but then the readjustment does.
She does it so quickly as well. It's a smooth move from one technique to another.
Well, a lot of the techniques have to go central. So if you have a look at the support leg there, she keeps readjusting the support leg there, and every time that she moves, it's getting more and more central every time. It's just like any form of weightlifting. You have to get your weight proportionately underneath what you're lifting.
Hops that through nicely in the end. Right, Gershak through to the next round. We're going to have a look now at Anna Bernholm of Sweden. She faces Ekaterina Tokareva of Russia. It's Bernholm in the white, Judogi Tokareva in blue. And we're looking at...
well, you said she's just gone up a weight, didn't you?
She's gone up a weight, 63 to 70. Doesn't have to worry now about having to make 63. She was always tall for 63, just like her teammate Mia Hermansson. Almost gets caught there. She just has to get used to the strength aspect.
It's a different balance as well. When you go up a weight or down a weight, it's a different balance and a different speed. And I know that when I was going from 73 to 71 to 78 kilograms, just slightly different. They're taller, a little bit taller, and the weight proportion is different. So that's what you've got to cope with. Well, nice switch. Yeah. That was a nice switch. That was. Wazari scored. Beautiful switch there for the Ouchi. It really was. That kind of thing you don't get taught. It's something that you feel.
Reflex there from Anna Bernholm. I know Lars Hellberg will be watching. He was talking this morning about another little move there.
Well, it's the same technique. She's got it. That's going to be the second one we're going to see here. Can she apply the pressure to the elbow? It looks like she can.
What a struggle there.
Well, I don't think we'd like to be in that situation, would we? It's not a man thing. That's why I say, slightly more flexibility and suppleness there in the hips for the women.
Oh, Ippon they've decided to give. Well, even better than we thought.
Yeah, so it's two arm locks, exactly the same. Udigarami. Beautiful.
Yeah, it was a thumping, wasn't it, actually?
Was it? Yeah. It was. It was a thumping Ouchigari.
I think maybe, the referee doesn't give the Ippon here, maybe because of the height here.
Well, we can see it, can't we, now, as she changes direction, and then Kouchi and Ouchi both the same, and then changes the upper part of their body there. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah. But it could have been a situation, couldn't it, there? You saw the legs start to go there, again getting twisted underneath.
Right, well, one Swede to another. Tommy Macias here for Sweden. This is in the under 73 kilo categories, up against Aaron Turner of Great Britain. It's Macias in the white judogi, Turner in blue.
Well, I've been doing a little bit of work with Aaron, and he's been helping me with some different projects for Azuki. But
he hasn't been involved in the book, has he?
No, it's different. This is a different. This is a totally different one. Absolutely. I'm not going to take the bait. I'm absolutely not going to react. Anyway, he has some real improvement in his judo, and very, very awkward. I was talking to Chris Bowles about him, and Chris said that he's just so awkward to try and throw.
Well, you need a little bit of that, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, trying to establish himself as well on this senior circuit and get regular selection. That's what it's about, getting regular selection for these events to pick up world ranking points.
Awkward fighters. You talk about awkward fighters, and there's a name that comes to mind. I'll see if you can remember him. Winston Sweetman. Was he awkward or what?
Yeah, there's quite a few I could name actually that were really. We had one at Budokai, Steve Shooter, and he was just the most awkward. World champion in the dojo, Absolutely. World medalist in the dojo, but you know, yeah, he was. But there's plenty of those all over the world. You know, you can go there and just not good at competitions, but well, we need them to train with. Of course, we do.
Judo family, wasn't it?
It was Judo
with,
family,
Rowena.
and it is, of course. You know, the whole thing is about Judo family, isn't it?
No, I'm talking about Sweetman family, Rowena.
Oh, it's right.
And
I
Winston.
didn't realise there. Good sumagation there from Turner, and starting to go to work here. Macias is a good fighter and did well actually in the latter part of the qualification. Was starting to pick up points on the circuit, building up to Rio de Janeiro.
We mentioned Josh yesterday. It's difficult not to mention Ryan, because we're now talking about, you know, Winston. We moved over to Rowena, and then to Ryan. It's just,
well, great fighter, Ryan.
Yeah.
Absolutely, a tremendous fighter. And I was privileged to have been there when he was, of course, when he won the Europeans, and then third place in the Europeans. Wasn't too happy with me. I put him up a weight, but he wasn't.
single Shido picked up by Aaron Turner. Yeah, he's got that awkward little movement
he
about
has.
him,
He has. He's got a nice movement there, but picking up the penalties. So he's got a second Shido there, just losing by 1 to Macias.
They waved the penalty that they'd given to Macias. They waved that one off. Oh.
Well, that's as close as we've come, isn't it? The big arm over the top, had to attack straight away. Now in for the shimmy was there. Can he get it? A little bit of leverage there. He was right on it. Ooh. Oh, I think he's got it.
Oh, across the chin. Across the chin. Once they start to roll, you know something's on. You just don't know where.
Yeah, where it's situated. But good transition there from Turner. Well, he's certainly given him a good fight here. Tommy Macias of Sweden having a real problem.
And there's plenty of time for something to develop.
Yeah, one score on the board, change everything. Well, he's going to look for the reverse Cianagi here. Look at this now. Can he get that leg out? The reverse Kesagatami, should I say, not the reverse Cianagi. So just manages to hold on to the leg there, Macias, but Turner was right in there and looking to extract that leg. Well, just looking at him now, he needs to work on the front. Big techniques to the front, I think. He's got a lot of really good sumageshi, and he's very, very awkward. He's got a good stance, but just needs a bit more to the front, but fighting well here. 2 Shidos down, coming up to the last minute. Macias just holding on. That's going to be a score. Wazari scored then, and Macias takes him over in the end. Just hand assists him with his kumakata and straight into the hold down there, and I don't think he's coming out of that. Aaron Turner being held for the full 20 seconds. Well, in fact, it was just 15 seconds because he already had a Wazari on the board. So Wazari a Wizeti upon, and Aaron Turner is out of the competition. Bit disappointing for him because he was fighting well and he did well at the beginning. Well, that was round 2, so that'll take him through to the quarterfinals. Had to get through that round, Turner, to have any chance of fighting for a medal here in Zagreb. So indeed, that's what it does do. It takes Macias through to the quarter-final, and he's going to have the winner of the next match up. So the next match, we have...
sorry about that. Yeah. Nikola Gusic and Shukrob Tursunov of Uzbekistan. Missed my place. Dermot Heslop has wandered up the stairs. A blast from the past.
Has he indeed? Yes, he has.
We've got a barrier here, and it's to keep people out. But Dermot didn't even have to duck under it. He's only 5'4". So he's 5'5". Oh, 3. I've given him an inch. He'll take a mile now. You watch. I'm gonna get Dermot to sit in with you. That'd be nice. Have a quick chat. Here's Dermot Heslop.
Well, we've got Dermot Heslop just coming in just to say hello to everybody. Welcome, Dermot.
Well, it's nice to see you, Neil. I'm looking forward to your doing the 22nd of October.
Yeah, 22nd. Well, it's about the only thing I haven't plugged yet so far. I've plugged my book, some videos, and so thanks for that. Yeah, 22nd of October, 50th anniversary.
I have to apologise. I can't make it during the day because I'm working in Scunthorpe doing the Judo Games coach revalidation course. But then I'll be whizzing down from sunny Scunthorpe to come for the do. I booked my hotel room.
Well, that sounds amazing. Well, it's 50 years in judo, so absolutely amazing. You've been running up them stairs, haven't you?
I have actually. I've only been doing judo for 44 years, but I am slightly younger than you.
Just slightly. Well, while we're here, let's just do a little bit on the judo, just so we can just get the feel of it. But we've got Gusic here, just in the white against Tursunov of Uzbekistan. So just a little bit about what's happening here. This is one of the first Grand Prix tournaments of the new qualification, really. We've got 4 years to the next Olympic Games, and of course we've got a lot of new faces, so a lot of countries putting new people out all the time. And I mean, just your views, just not on the match, but on the Olympic Games. Did you watch the Olympics?
I did watch the Olympics, but unfortunately, because I work for the British Judo Association, I was actually doing the Olympic fan zones all around the country. So I did 3 days at London Bridge, then over to Bristol, to Coventry, to Media City in Salford. So when the actual judo was on, I was actually doing judo on the mat with kids.
What about the British performance out there? Good with Sally, obviously.
It's absolutely wonderful. I think out of all the judo players who went to the team, if you ask for the memberships and the public's personal favourite, I think Sally would definitely be here. I was really pleased for Billy Cusack after all the years he'd coached Sally as well. I think for the British public especially, I don't think they realise just how huge and how massive judo is. After football, we have more international Olympic committees than any other sport. I think Sebco's got athletics up with us now, and I think that's what people in Britain don't understand.
No, which is, it takes time anyway to develop teams, doesn't it? We know that. We set up systems, and it's developing the system, of course. Well, we just a little bit on the judo. I was watching yesterday, and we've got a new set of referees as well that are coming in, and for me, the scoring not quite the same as it was as the build-up to the Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro. So we've got very precise. You tell me what score you would give that.
I'd have given that Wazari.
Well, anything that rolls onto the back definitely was Ari, and for some reason I think that this has been changed to Ippon, but it's one of the things I pointed out about yesterday. You know, a Yuko is when they land on the side, a Wazari is anything that rolls onto the back, and an Ippon is with force and landing onto the back.
I couldn't give an Ippon for that, because to me there was a definite break for a millisecond.
Yeah,
definitely.
Just wanted a second opinion on that. Let's just go on to this next match. We've got Van der Westend of Netherlands here against Alexander Turner of the USA. Alexander Turner now in a situation where he's holding, and he's got to hold for the 20 seconds. So straight away there, just about to start on about Van Westend, and he's being held down. He's in all sorts of trouble here. Is he going to get out? No, I don't think he is. Full 20 seconds is going to go. Wazari already scored and gets the full Ippon. So some interesting matches. We saw some good transition, which is always good. Just tell us what you say that you're doing a lot of travelling at the moment. What's your main purpose for all the travelling? With your groups that you're getting.
My particular role as we're now called regional delivery officers. So it's members, money and medals. I don't personally deal with performance at work. Obviously, luckily, I was here yesterday. So I see Becky Livesey from SKK from my judo club to win a bronze, which is wonderful. That's her first medal at this level. She just turned 21. I mean, Becky and Amy Livesey as well. Tuesday the 6th of March 2001 they started judo, so it gives you an idea. And Lucy started many years ago. So my job really is all about coach education, getting new coaches to come in. As you know, kids and people have changed this stage. It's a lot more about sing, dance and entertain on the mat and then teach them judo. I'm a little bit old-fashioned. I believe in the ABCs as we do. I think the tachiwaza to niwaza automatic link-up, what I saw yesterday and today has been exceptional.
What about the coach education? How important do you think that coach education is?
I think the coach education is absolutely crucial, but I don't think it's just about doing the course and getting the piece of paper. And I think it's a bit like when you get your black belt, you're only really starting to learn about judo. I mean, you know how many courses we've done together. People will say, "Oh, I went on with the course with Neil Adams." They said, "Well, I've been on a course with Neil Adams before." I said, "Yes, but I didn't do what I did on this course. Now I've been on the course with Neil. I've now got 100 hours of coaching." And they said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, everything that Neil showed, I break down into 10 pieces to teach to different people at different levels."
I think it's ongoing, isn't it? And that's the thing about coach education. It's never, if we steal an idea, we have to develop it. And I think that's what it's all about. But it's not only that, it's about how we deliver it and how we get the coaches to deliver it. And I think that's the skill. I think that's what's lacking at the moment. We need our youngsters. I mean, I hear the favourite, of course, whereas a lot of the coaches saying, well, if you're a good player, it doesn't necessarily mean you're a good coach. Well, of course it doesn't. We know that. But we have to get our best players and we have to make them into good coaches. We have to get the coach education right to bring them through as well as good coaches. The ones that just finish competition. That's my opinion anyway.
Well, I'll give you two incidents of that where I totally agree with you. At the Club Sportif this year in March, Ewan Burton was on the mat purely and simply as a role model to look up to, the presence he had on the mat. If that doesn't make coaches sit up and think, I'm going to watch what Ewan does. Obviously what he shows is fantastic. Well, that's my job as a basic coach, to split it all up, break it all down and then pass it on. And you can't do what Ewan Burton does immediately, but we can build up from it from the ground. Owen Livesey, who just missed out on the Olympics, he's coaching at SKK on a Monday night. He might show something that's above the players that have got it. Now, he has to learn how to do all the basics. Well, that's my job, and I'll often say to him, I don't think they've quite got your grip there. Show them again what the scenario came from. Little things like that. And at our age, Neil, that's what we do. But I'm learning off Owen Livesey every single time he goes on the mat.
No, exactly. I mean, like I say, it's getting there. We get the best players to be able to deliver as well. It's got to be better for judo in general, so I absolutely agree with you 100%. Well, you know how big I am on coach education, and of course it reflects here when we see the youngsters coming through. And one of the biggest things yesterday was having a look at how they were transitioning from standing down to ground. And of course the transition for the good groundwork people is easy. For the ones that are not quite as well versed, it becomes more difficult. But we've seen some good newaza today so far, some good transitions down onto the ground. So coaches are doing their job, which is a good thing. So we've got on the mat now under 73 kilograms. We've got Budbul of Israel. Israel having a good tournament so far. Harp of Slovenia. Slovenia also with a gold medal so far in this tournament, which is terrific. And Israel showing that they've got youngsters out there as well, because this isn't their normal crew out here, which is interesting, isn't it? Systems create depth, which is very important as well, isn't it?
I think for us it's absolutely crucial, and especially in our day when we were in the British team and what have you, there was 7, 8, 9 players that could easily justifiable be in the top 4. And I think if the refought would have got a different result, and hopefully with the systems that the British Judo's got with the new performance centre at Walsall, hopefully we're going to have one generation after another. If you remember your comments at the Paralympics, when Chris Skelly, and you would notice with Ian Johns as well, saying this is a young team. This is a genuinely young team, and I think with a lot of help, a lot of support, I don't see any reason why there won't be good results in 2020.
I agree with you 100%. You know, it takes time to build teams, and I think that Ian Johns is in a situation now where he's building a team, and they've got to stay with him and help him to develop that team now. He's got the team there, you know, and a couple more coming in won't hurt. But I think that he's definitely one for the future. And like I say, developing these young coaches and so that they can deliver at the highest level is just so important.
Yeah, he's a great lad, is Ian. He was obviously a very good player himself. He wasn't what we class as a world-class player. He's a bit like me. He was an OK international player. He's a highly educated man. He by now, if he'd have stayed at the school that he was at, he'd almost certainly be at least head of year, if not head of PE. And I wouldn't have been surprised in 5-10 years' time if he hadn't been a head teacher of a school. And he's sacrificed all of that, of which both myself and Terry Altoff advised him not to do, because that's the generation I come from. And he says, no, I am going to live my dream, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Fantastic, and you know, we wish him luck. We've just got to help him all the way, and I've already told him that I'm 100% behind him with that, and I will help him as much as I can as well. But yeah, great stuff. And well, judo so far, you've had a look. Tell me what you think.
Well, I think the first thing that is mightily impressive is the fitness levels. You just think the fitness levels are fantastic. The speed of gripping is absolutely tremendous, and you can see the power in the gripping. And also, you've got to take your opportunities, and they're not many around. I'm very impressed with the women's judo, especially with the rules, with the gripping and everything. Makakomi's back in many different ways, and on a number of occasions, Makakomi, keep the arm, wrap it up, take the belt, Osakomi, automatic link up, no gaps, no spaces whatsoever. I think one thing that has been very impressive yesterday, I thought the refereeing was extremely consistent. I was watching a fight thinking, I think White's due a Shido. Sure enough, the referee gave a Shido, which is really pleasing to see.
Well, that's what you got to hope for. Where no matter what, you know, the Olympic Games, it was very, very consistent as well. There wasn't as many Shidos at this Olympic Games as there was at the in London. London, it was, you know, a bit of a disaster that way for Shidos. But you're right, consistency is the most important thing. And as long as they're consistent all the way through. But I think I'd like to see the scores sorted, because I don't think they're sharp enough on the scores. And I'd like to see the edge play, of course. Just they're not sometimes people drifting out, no Shidos given. People have got to know where the line is. That's my opinion, right?
Yeah.
But I'm being hard on it.
Yeah, but if you remember in our day, if you even looked at the safety area, you got what was a Keikoku in those days.
Didn't walk 2 feet into that red area,
no,
did you? Exactly.
I mean, when I coach, I always teach players never to walk back more than 3 steps at any one time. The one thing I get a little bit confused with is why was that a Shido, and then they seem to do the same thing again, and it wasn't a Shido. I can't always work out, was that real action or non-action?
No.
And is that what we're talking about here?
Well, it is, absolutely. And, you know, the thing is, there is positive defence, and there are positive attacks. There's also negative attacks and negative defence as well. It's differentiating between the two. That's an immediate Shido for me, as we can see there. It will be given. And he gave it to whom?
He gave that Blue.
Yeah. Okay, so he gave it to Blue. Blue just walked out, drifted out, and an immediate Shido. So at least he knows where he stands now, and that puts him in good stead. So, you know, it sets the precedent then for the actual contest all the way through.
From what I've seen, the players are allowed enough time on the ground. If they look as though they're getting somewhere.
Well, this was another thing that I was talking to the referees yesterday, and I was saying you've got to give more time on the ground. And he's had big words with the referees here, Frankie Demore, and about that particular thing, because there's definite difference between World Cups and then when they come out to the Grand Prix and Grand Slams. Certainly in the build-up up to the Olympic Games, there was a lot more time being given. And of course, for the development of Newaza in clubs, we need that time, and the coaches need to know that they've got to coach it. They've got to coach the transition. It's
so important, because when you're drumming through to the players, Tachiwaza, Newaza, automatic link up. Probably in Great Britain, we're not the best country in the world for doing that on a daily basis. But you can win 3 times in the ground. And you know the phrase that you always use and I always use with the players: one door shuts, another door opens. I've got the Osakomi on, I move to another Osakomi, then I move to an arm lock and a strangle, or vice versa. And like, particularly when you're teaching Sangaku, for example, you'd always teach it arm lock, strangle, and Osakomi all together. So I think, because if the groundwork's done well, it is a spectator sport. You know, people say, you know, it gets a bit muddled on the ground. Well, not if you leave it alone.
Well, you know, there's an easy thing. It's got to be progressive. That's it. If it's progressive, then they allow it. And if it's not progressive, they don't allow it. And that's fair enough. So we need to make it progressive in our teachings as well. But, well, I really appreciate you coming up, mate. It's nice to catch up, even if we are on air. There's a few thousand people out there watching us. I hope everybody that's listening just got the benefit of what we were talking about. Of course, Dermot and I go way back, and we do a lot of the coach education stuff together. And it's nice to be able to air our views, and hope that some of the coaches out there pick it up.
Well, that's brilliant. Thank you very much, Neil, and I'll see you on the 22nd.
Absolutely, and thanks for the plug again. And well, I just lift your thing up. So just a big thank you to Dermot, and thanks a lot for popping in. And I'm going to see Dermot around the stadium, mate. Thank you. Well, back to the fighting then. Krasnodar of Hungary is the one that we're covering here, and this is the under 81 kilos second round. Aladdin of France is in blue, and just exactly what we're talking about there, about the transition and how important the transition is. The amount of time that you get given for newaza all depends on, obviously, interpretation, referees' interpretation. So if they give you more time, then you know that in practice you have to build up your transition, you have to increase your speed of transition, and you have to make your transition progressive as well, because you'll see that whatever newaza happens, as soon as it has a break, any particular break, it's mate, and the referee will stand it up. Well, that's your coaching over with. We've just had a little bit on coaching, the importance of the rules as far as coaching's concerned as well, which is very important, because of course judo only develops according to the rule set. So you instigate very strict edge play, and of course what will happen is people will adhere to that, but if you let them drift out the area, they'll drift out all the time. You'll have a lot of mates, and that's not what we want. So rules are there, but we need the consistency, and as Dermot Huslop just said there, the consistency from the referees has been good so far. Would like to see just a slight adjustment probably on the scoring. Good was Harry there though, nice Tomonagi there from Krasnodar, and he didn't have a great Olympic Games. Another Tomonagi there, Sakanyai well ahead now, and just starting to climb on top of the young French fighter. Did well in the qualification event. Sakanyai started to really work his way up the world rankings. And he's absolutely taking the Frenchman apart here. That's going to be another Wazeti upon this time. Slight delay there in the Yoko Toshi, the Yoko Satemiwaza, but in the end just rolls onto his back there for the Ippon. Sakanyai of Hungary goes through to the quarterfinals stage in the under 81 kilos category. I think we're going to stay here. We'll just stay. In fact, no, we're going to move to the under 81 kilograms on mat 1 here, because we got Kubetsov up of Russia against Munich of Germany. And Kubetsov is in white, and one of the reasons that I decided just to pop over to have a look at Kubetsov, because Kubetsov is one of the many under 81 kilos fighters from Russia that are up there around about fighting to qualify. Well, they were fighting to qualify for the Olympic Games. Kibetsov, probably the number 3 in Russia, 3 or 4 actually, but now will get his chance because, of course, they have the current Olympic champion who had the most amazing Olympic Games, and there was a little bit of controversy as to who should go for representing Russia, but beautiful situation for Ezio Gamba there. He's got about 6 or 7 that could compete at this level, and Kibetsov's one of them. Well, he has some great technique. We saw him demonstrate beautiful Sodi Surakomigoshi in one of the Grand Prix just prior to the Olympic Games, and literally just took the sleeve, rotated through, made the top 101 Ippons that Fighting Films put forward, which is being bandied round everywhere at the moment, and one of those techniques is Kibetsov with the Sodi Surakomigoshi. So watch out for that as the German comes over the top there. Munich, you'll have to be careful of the Sodi. But Germans as well, putting out young team, want to see how they perform. And we saw some great judo over the first day of competition. We really did. Some good technique, some good transition, and it was very consistent all the way through. So now Kibetsov, can he just latch onto the arm? I don't know if he's going to latch onto the arm. Not a good place to be, I don't think. Hands and knees is not a defensive posture. I always used to say to my students that if you go on your hands and knees, I'll shout for the other guy. If you've got somebody that's proficient in newaza, it's a very dangerous place to be. Nice Sienagi from Munich. Benjamin Munich. Just looking for the inside grip all the time. And a Tomonagi as well. So good attacking stuff. He's a Shido down, the German. And now got to be careful here. Is the Shimiwaza on? It's across the face. Got a couple of Russians in. Lapanagov also in. A new one, brand new one. I haven't seen him before, so he'll be third fight on mat 1. Well, that was just flop and drop. So he might just get a Shido for that if he's not careful. Big arm over the top there. Not going to give up easily, is he, the German? Straightforward. Munich not giving up. Left-handed. But seems to be just that little bit lacking in the newaza. So it's the end of the contest, and at the end of the contest, a hard-fought contest by Kibetsov, and Kibetsov then just sneaks through to the next round, and the German will have no chance back because he loses just before the quarter-final stages. Kibetsov just having a bit of a difficult job there. Sheldon's just joined us again, and just saying that interesting coming back to the 81s here. They've got such talent, haven't they, in the under 81s, and Kibetsov was kind of a 4 or 5 ranked in Russia coming up to the last Olympic Games, but here he is now. They're going to put him out, and they've got a new one in a couple of fights' time, Lapanagov, and it'll be interesting to see new ones out because they've got such depth.
We spoke right at the beginning of the program about the depth in the under 81 kilo category. Magomed Magomedov, who, you know, that was the back end for him in the lead up to Rio 2016, and yet he was giving it a good go. Hassan Kalmuzaev, who they eventually sent, and he won the gold medal at the Olympic Games. And then the 2009 world champion and Olympic bronze medalist Ivan Nifontov.
But
they're all in there.
Edzio Gamba wanted Nifontov. I mean, he was pushing for Nifontov, and secretly, because he was such a good under pressure fighter, Nifontov, and he felt that he was going to win him an Olympic medal. But like you say, Kubalev went, didn't just win him an Olympic medal, he won him an Olympic title. That's amazing. Oh, look at that. Beautiful Seoinage there. Came off the opposite side, and, well, the pole took him right the way over for a Wazari. Is he going to give a nip on? No, to Yuko. Change to Yuko. Can't tell at the moment. Yeah, a couple of changes in some of the scoring, but anyway, beautiful Seoinage there.
Dermot Heslop was up here for a while, and you can see him in the background. He's in the second row with a black shirt on with white piping, sitting next to Chelsea Giles.
Yeah, it was interesting because I asked Dermot about the coach education and what he was doing with his coach education and how important it is, because we were relating it to the youngsters that are finishing, of course, their competition careers, and how we must develop our young coaches and the importance of that.
A lifetime in judo, Dermot Heslop.
Yeah, a lifetime in judo, always there and always roundabout.
Can't remember a time without him.
No, it's
Been there
true,
forever.
isn't it?
He's proud of his 5'3", isn't he?
I thought you were very kind to him.
Generous. I gave him 5'4".
It's very nice. Well, it's always interesting. Some of the to get views, of course. I don't very often see him at Grand Prix, Grand Slams. So interesting to hear his views on the competition here. He said, well, he thought that the refereeing was very consistent, and I did agree with him.
Okay.
Well, one score on the board. Kubinic of Poland, and he's just ahead here, just leading the way. Always very competitive, isn't it, the under 81 kilograms? I think that there's just such depth in the middleweight categories.
Yeah.
73s, 81 kilograms, they've got a depth, and I don't mean just a lot of players, I mean a lot of fighters at the same kind of speed. That was a beautiful technique there. I just looked around for a split second there. He was in for the Uchimata, and, well, he kind of walked onto it, and it was all over in a split second. Very, very low, and the Uchimata there finishes it off. So the pole goes through to the quarter-final stage. Well, some quick early rounds here.
Yeah, Mark Pickering, the IGF media manager, is just talking about taking a short break now and then coming back for quarterfinals and so on. So I'm going to have to run that past you now. Is it okay for?
Absolutely no problem.
We've got a few good ones coming up.
Yeah.
Serdan Miraljevic and Shvanovitsky, then Barbara Matic in the under 70 kilo category, and Michaela Polares of Austria.
We have it under control.
Lapinagov down on mat number 1. Is that where we are now? Yes,
Well,
it is.
yes,
Aslan
it is.
Lapinagov.
Well, this is one of the ones that I wanted to see. Brand new Russian on board here, and so let's have a look at Lapinagov. And Lapinagov is in white.
I shall leave this up to you then, Neil, and I'll be back shortly. Here's Neil Adams then.
So Kamaric of France just going for the Jujigatami, and nice transition from him. Well, we saw so many of the top fighters leading up to the Olympic Games fighting each other time and time again, so quite nice to see some new matchups here, and quite close there to going onto the leg, Lapinagov, for the counter. And one of the situations, I've got to say that I really believe that we should be able to, as a reaction, sometimes catch the leg, because sometimes in defence and as a reaction you take hold and you can't really guarantee that you're going to go above the waistline. But I think as a direct attack, maybe that's a different thing, but certainly as a reaction. So left to left here, we've got a left to left situation. And often when you've got left to left, they're going for the same technique, so there is a danger of attack and counter attack. Big arm over the top. Kamaric of France just trying to secure the grip and trying to initiate the technique. It's fairly even between these two. Well, both looking for the same thing, that's why. Well, Lapinagov would have been, and probably is, training partner for all of the names that we just named. Kubelev, Nefontov, and all of the top fighters that have been representing Russia at all the major events. But here he is, he's got his chance now, so he's got to make something of it. So now, neither one have really attacked, and not able to actually. It's a strong gripping fight, this one. Kumakata, very, very important, and both of them trying to dominate the sleeve. Sianagi change of direction this time from Kamaric. Oh, both breathing quite heavy and just not quite up to 3 minutes yet. 5-minute contest for the men and 4 for the ladies. On mat 2, Ungvari against Dusan of Serbia. Ungvari just qualified for the Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro, but he's down on the other mat. Stay with this one, Lapinov. Oh, that's a beautiful Uchimata that was. Talk about fully committed, but just made a mistake there and almost gave up his arm a couple of times. There was a not so hottie. Could well get this. Needs to tie it up just that little bit, and I'd go over the head with the other leg, with the right leg if I could. Now start the roll, because Lapinagov, his newaza or his groundwork skills not as good as they could be. Needs to get the leverage now. He's going to lever him over in a second now, and he just might go over here. So just manages to slip out there, and that was skin of the teeth stuff there from Lapinagov. And that's exactly what I was talking about when it comes to progressive newaza and going from one technique to the other. The referee did a great job allowing that all to carry on. So now he comes forward again here. Kamaric can sense that there's a possibility here. Well, no score into the last minute. 43 seconds left. And I have to say that Lapinagov doesn't look as if he has the armory or the big throwing techniques that he's going to need if he wants regular selection. in this category. Kamaric almost had him on the ground a couple of times. That's certainly where I would be trying to get him down to. Again, trying to get the arm over the top, Lapinagov. Now that could be a Yuko, and it is. Just the dying seconds of this contest, just manages to assist him over, and Kamaric made a mistake there. Well, that was a really unnecessary mistake, and now he's ahead, and didn't look as if he was going to score, but just manages to get the Yuko, breathing heavily though, and not to forget that he's got another 4 contests after this if he wants to win the gold medal. So with the clock ticking away, we have a quick look up, and it's going to be Lapinagov that goes through, but looks absolutely spent considering that it's only the second round of this tournament, and you wonder what he's got left in the tank. So second Russian into the quarterfinals. And possibility of Kubetsov and Lapinagov meeting in the semi-final stages of this tournament. Let's stay with Musil of Czech Republic here, and he is against Ruzeta of Croatia. We'll stop with this because Musil has some good throwing skills, and again he'll be looking to be on the circuit right the way through this Olympic qualification, 4 years right the way up to Tokyo. Has a nice Tomanegi that he does. Of course, one of the great advantages of having any kind of tournament on home ground, especially if it's a Grand Prix or Grand Slam, is that you have automatic selection of people in every weight category, and you can virtually put your whole squad in if you've got the depth, that is. And again, Ruzeta trying to get underneath as well, and gone on for the arm. That arm locks on. Now then, how long is he going to let that go? Interesting, we had one yesterday where they lifted him, the arm lock was on, lifted him right clearly off the mat, and they still allowed it to be scored, and the ippon was given. But that was a very quick mate there. Head was still in contact with the mat, so still got to get verification on that one. Well, we've seen good transition through and people attacking in Newaza, referees allowing more time in Newaza, so it's really excellent to see that, because without that we have a situation where, well, I've had situations where I've done coach education courses and had people say, what's the use of teaching Newaza if we don't get time? But there's certainly been a lot more time in the build-up to Rio de Janeiro, and a lot more time now being given at all levels of competition if the Newaza is progressive. A lot of Yoko Tomonagi's sumigates that are being put in at the moment because I think fighters are afraid of picking up Shidos. They're being passive. So I think we have to perhaps reassess the drop, the Yoko Satemis, as to what is positive, what is not. Because of course we're trying to reduce the amount of Shidos if we can. So more Newaza. Is it progressive? Is he going to pull the hold down? Possibility there. He's got that nice and tight. And you can see there Drizetta just managing to keep those legs around his opponent. So Mate called. So Musil is the one that picks up a Shido. Change of direction this time. Well, almost every one of the attacks is followed through on the ground as well. So time to reflect just for a bit as to what he can do to pull that Shido back. Well, this Grand Prix, oh look at that. Good Jujigatami there. I was just about to say we've seen more Newaza and more transition, and there's a fine example there of great transition there from Jeremiah Musil of Czech Republic. We'll have a look in a second just how he got into it, but it was excellent stuff. He was right on it. Quarter-final place now for Musil. Gives him 2 chances of medals. He'll fight in a repechage final if he loses in the next round. But if he wins and goes through to the semi-final, then he'll have 2 chances there as well. But if he loses semis, he'll come down and automatically fight for third. Well, it doesn't look like we're going to have a replay of that. That's a shame, because it was a great example of transition. So we're going to go first quarter-final then. In the ladies under 63 kilograms, Lopez Aguila of Spain, and she's against Telak of Poland. Lopez in white. This to go through to the semi-final. Big Oguruma, somebody's going to go. Now, is that a Yuko? She's going to get a Yuko for that, Lopez. Just took her onto a side. Wow, good Newaza as well. Telak just managing to defend. And now into the attack herself. Can she turn up for the Sangaku? Good attacking stuff there. Just 1 minute gone. 1 Yuko on the board. Oh, Taniotosh, that's got to be a Wazari. A beautiful Taniotosh there to the back. Well, she came right back into it, didn't she, Telak? And now got a chance for the Jujigatami. She needs to let the head come up, apply pressure to the arm, but she needs to push the head away at the same time. Needs to just sit up, readjust the balance. Very, very close there with that Jujigatami. Just needed to be that little bit tighter. Good was Ari though as well. Beautiful Tani Otoshi. Went right the way around the back and pulled herself right not only back into contention but into the lead of this match. And 2 minutes just gone, halfway through the contest. Well, she's looking to finish this as well. She'll just have to be a little bit careful with the counter. So right against left, have to be careful for the counter. A lot to do with body positioning, the left against right situation. And of course with 70% of the population right-handed, means that lefties fight right-handers more than the other way round. So that's why basically they're a little bit more proficient at it than the right-handers. I personally used to find left-handers very, very awkward. So into the last minute. This is for a semi-final, first semi-final place of this second day of competition. Nice Uchimata this time from Telek. Well, she's got to do something now, the last 20 seconds, and she needs a bigger score. Definitely on the defensive run now. Telek, she can see that final, or that semi-final looming, should I say. Going to get a Shido for just walking out there. It was in the last 2 seconds. I hope the referee gives it no matter what. He will give it. So the referee gives the Shido. It makes no difference to the end of the contest. And Telek of Poland goes through to the semi-final, and that means that Lopez will have to come back into the repechage final. We'll stay on the quarterfinals at the moment. In fact, we've got quarterfinals absolutely everywhere at the moment. Let's stay with this one to see who will be going through to fight the pole in the semi-final. Here we go. We've got another one up here. Ozdoba in the under 63 kilos category against Leski of Slovenia and Ozdoba of Poland in white. Well, it's a curious place to be because you can kind of see it ahead of you. You can see the end of that tunnel in some ways because semi-final place. And of course, every one of them here at the quarter-final stage has 2 chances still to fight for medals. And when it comes to qualification, it's a little bit early. You might think, well, you're talking too early here because it's taken 2 years away from the next Olympic Games, which will be Tokyo, of course, and 2 years prior to it, all of the qualification points are halved, and then the real qualification starts. But the thing is about getting higher world rankings in the early stages now is that it gets you better seeding for the next events. So you'll have a better seeding and a better chance of going through and an easier chance. So that's the whole idea of getting early world ranking points in the qualification system. It starts, and it really should start in the beginning, and this is the absolute beginning. This is the first one since the Olympic Games, although we did have a couple just prior that were point scoring events for Tokyo. Very popular holiday resort, Croatia, for Germans. A lot of Germans in Croatia, and I didn't know that. ...229 fighters in this competition, 189 men, and then 90 women. That's got to be a score, as Awazari scored there to Leski. So Leski now coming up to, or approaching the last minute of this contest, is leading. So the Polish team just not having the run, actually, that they probably wanted. A couple of medal hopes here. And certainly they would have wanted a couple of semi-finalists, but Ozdoba now having to come forward. She's the one having to attack. But saying that, Leski still sticking in the attacks all the time. Best form of defence, of course, is attack. Looking for the Surikomigoshi on the left-hand side, as well as that there. That was as close as she's going to get, I think, Ozdoba. That was terrific stuff. Good attack. Going from left to right. Andrea Leski now really in full defensive mode. This is where really they need a bit of a shake-up with the penalties. I think if there was a serious penalty that you could give, it might encourage them to keep up the attacks. Last attacks from Ozdoba, and Leski is going to go through. So the seconds tick away. She's in the semi-final now. Leski of Slovenia. And that Slovenian squad still producing and winning very, very important matches all the way through. Great condition. Leski, you can see that. Wasn't struggling there, not at all. We're going to stay here with the under 70 kilograms. This is a quarter-final match as well. Katarina Klis of Poland against Yates Brown of Great Britain. So the Surikomigoshi there from Yates Brown. Straight into the attack. But a nice arm lock in the previous round, Yates Brown. And not the place to be there against Klis. Klis performing well at the moment. She's had a lot of really good results. European medalists as well. Very aggressive fighter. Yates Brown comes forwards. Oh, that's going to be a score. Ippon scored. Yates Brown walked on to that one. absolutely walked onto it. She was looking for the counter, but, well, it's all over. She absolutely just walked on, Sheldon, to a massive technique there, Yates Brown. She made a bit of a mistake. She was looking for the counter, but in fact, it was Kliss that just rotated at the same time.
Mark Pickering, the IJF media manager, was saying that she was going to have her hands full with Kliss. Well, we knew that.
Absolutely.
Experienced competitor, but hoping for a little bit better than that. And just a little bit of news about Natalia Golomidova, who we saw yesterday. She took a bronze medal in the under 57 kilo category. She's the one that dished out that bit of a spanking to Safo Choban of Germany. She had a temperature yesterday. Went into, goodness knows, had to get. She was sedated overnight from the team doctor because she had this raging temperature. She's okay. She's in the venue today, but she was obviously ailing yesterday and still came up with a super performance.
Well, that's always a worry, isn't it? Because that's something you have not a lot of control over, is it? If it's an injury, you can strap it, you can put a cast on it, but that's something that could be very serious. So we're glad that she's back into the stadium, and
she said to me that the difficulty was that she couldn't give her anything. She couldn't prescribe her anything because everything to deal with bringing the temperature down is. So they said, you just got to go and sleep. Couldn't give her anything. They're so careful now. Anyhow, under normal circumstances, even a couple of aspirin or something, but no, not giving them anything.
Well, we know why, don't we? It's a very delicate situation at the moment, and got to be very careful with it. I'm going to stay with you for a couple because we're going to come back down to these two Russians down here.
Kubetsov and Lapinagov. They may have to go head-to-head in the semi-final if they win those fights.
Exactly, yeah. And there's a new one as well at 73 kilograms I haven't seen. So
you better get your lunch in. you might miss all the action. Alexander Turner as well. His name is back up on mat 2 in a few fights' time. The young American. He'll face Toha Butbul, who overcame Lucas Half of Slovenia in their second round contest. So it will be Turner and Butbul in a few fights' time down on mat number 2. Gershak Sabina and Anna Bernholm. They are scheduled to meet in the quarterfinal in the under 70 kilo category. And Barbara Matic will be back on shortly against Michaela Polaris of Austria. There's a few fights that are going to take place on mat number 2. We're watching the action between Anka Pogacnik of Slovenia and Alexandra Samadzic of Bosnia-Herzegovina. She gave me a Bosnia-Herzegovina top, Samadzic, a couple of years ago when I think we had the cadets there for the European Championships.
You have friends everywhere, don't you? You do.
I try to be nice to as many people as possible.
No, you do, and you succeed brilliantly. Absolutely.
I've thought a few times that I'm going to say something and get a slap, but who was really nice this morning? Ilya Siganovic, who we spoke nicely about yesterday, sent us a message today. Said thank you very much for your kind words.
Excellent. It's good. They're all listening then. That's good.
Good man, yeah. You also filled us in on the relationship between Milan Nikolic and Milica Nikolic. So they're not related at all. He said it's like Smith. That name is like Smith in Serbia. But they train at the same club. So for those of you that didn't hear that, you've got that now. Pogacnik.
They have Smith in Serbia?
Very similar. they call it Nikolic. Oh, God. Single Yuko, the lead for Pogacnik with a little under a minute left to go.
Yeah, we've seen some good transitions into Newaza, some good arm lock attempts as well. Maybe could be a little bit tighter. Said that we'll have to get some coaching stuff up and get them in for some Juji Gatami work, but there were some great transitions. The referees were allowing it to go on, And that's a good thing. And I think
they got your message from yesterday.
They did
then.
get my message, yeah. We're loud and clear, I think. But, you know, Sheldon, it makes such a difference, because not only does it make a difference because the fighters know they've got a bit more time, it gives them a chance to develop techniques. It also gives the coaches chance to have a look at how things develop. Progressive Newaza means that we can coach it within the clubs. It has a knock-on effect right the way through to the development of youngsters that we bring through. So, you know, I know I keep banging on about it, but it is so important. If we stand it up, then we'll be a little bit like Jiu-Jitsu are with their groundwork, and we'll just have standing, 70% or 80% standing, and not have the groundwork, you know. So we are a 50-50 sport. So that's the way we have to develop it.
Yeah, absolutely right. 50-50 is what you should be looking for. The minute you start drifting off and becoming 60 or 70% something, you run the risk of getting caught in that weaker area of your game.
Yeah, and we saw that with the two Russians here. Kubetsov wasn't quite as tight as he should be, and Lapanagov, who we're going to see straight after Kubetsov, Lapanagov just lying on his front, just an absolute delight for anybody who does Jujigatame.
Pogachnik overcame Samadzic in that under 70 kilo category contest. We come now to the quarterfinals in the under 73 kilo category. Dmitro Kanivets of Ukraine faces Anthony Zing of Germany. It'll be Kanivets, the number one seed in the white judogi, Zing in blue. He's the number one seed, isn't he? Yep, he is.
Well, a lot of the fighting is all about the grips, and there the transition into the Jujigatame, we see quite a lot of it at the moment, either the flying Jujigatame or the Yoko Tomoe into the arm lock. Of course, the Brazilians having a great run of it at the moment with it, very, very popular. So we've got a lot of youngsters as well trying it. Kanivets trying to take the sleeve, and he went for it again there. Didn't quite have the arm wasn't quite right. Of course, massive advantage if you're against somebody opposite, because then the Yoko Tomonagi actually leads straight into it, because they have the lapel hand on the inside grip, so the arm is actually there when you go for the Tomoe. So no score at the moment here. Zing of Germany. I haven't seen too much from this German team at the moment. We've gone through a couple of rounds. But
Moynick wasn't bad this morning. He gave one of the Russians a little run for his money. Do you remember you were asking about that? Benjamin Moynick. Not a bad little boy. Okay, gave a good go. And yesterday, Philip Graf. I mean, you know, not world beaters, but no Muppets. You know, they gave a little bit, didn't they?
It's early, isn't it? I mean, you're looking for early situations where, you know, you see a little bit of magic, you know, because it should happen around about 18, 19 years of age, and they should be able to compete with the men at that kind of age. But we've seen them. They look strong, don't they? Physically always very, very strong, of course, the German team.
I got the feeling that a little bit like the Russians and the French, these are just people who are in the squad and not necessarily, you know, their number one picks.
Yeah,
and everything. They've got a little bit about them, but
well, I pointed that out now that quite a few of the guys that competed in the Olympics now just taking a little bit of a back seat. Now it's time for them to shine.
Oh, here we go.
Got the arm lock again, and he's been looking for this a couple of times. Can he get the leverage?
He's in a bad position, though, isn't he? Straight on there.
Oh, he got it.
Ah.
He absolutely got it. It was on, but, well, he was in a bad position, and he kind of looked as if he was going to pull the arm through there, didn't he? But had to submit in the end, and you can see it was well and truly on the elbow, that.
Yeah.
So Kanevets of the Ukraine. I think he had a little bit of a problem himself on the midsection there, but anyway, he got the submission, so it'll be worth it.
Halfway through the contest, he pulls off. I was going to say he pulls off his arm. But,
what are you going to say?
He certainly applied sufficient enough pressure in the right way to take that one from Anthony Zing. Right, so who have we got in the chair now then? Under 73 kilo category, we're looking at Triton Kuka from Kosovo as his charge steps to the mat. Akil Zrakova. Zrakova is going to face the cadet world champion from 2009, Arbi Kamkoyev. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 7 years later, you know, here he is. Not many of them stick around. As Neil was indicating yesterday, it's too early. You know, you might hit the super heights at, you know, cadet world champion, but it's far too early to be a real marker, because of we have 8 weight categories, I think, so 16. We've got 16 cadet world champions. See how many of them are still around now at that level. You may have 2.
In fact,
you know.
there's only one world champion from cadets that has come through, and that was the from Azerbaijan, 73 kilograms. He was the only one that came through to win Olympic gold medal.
That was Elna Mamadli.
Mamadli was the only cadet world champion that came through to win.
Could be
the only one.
Could be Hassan Kalmuzayev now.
Yeah, maybe.
Now, because it just
yes.
in that last roll of the dice there.
So
since then,
and I have been questioned. You know, people going, "What do you mean? There's no correlation between cadets and seniors?" And that's exactly what I mean.
Result-wise,
it's a correlation from juniors to seniors, but
that's
not
easily spotted. Yeah. No, I think you're right, because obviously something that I look at quite a lot. What I haven't done is to go further and to see how many Olympic champions have competed and failed at cadet level. So they've had an outing, but they haven't quite hit those heights yet. And I think that's going to be a big group. It's bound to be bigger because you've got a smaller group of winners. So you may have this group who are up there competing. They haven't hit the heights yet. But I don't think that it rests. Success at one level rests on that cadet level. The cadet thing is a standalone. It's a separate thing. That's a nice thing to do. I don't think you're going to plug in and say, right, my boy's won the Cadet World Championships, he'll be at the Olympic next. No, it doesn't work that way.
I think up to cadet level, it is about development.
Yeah.
And
enjoy yourself.
Well, it's it is about development. Competition is important, but it's still more important to be about the development of skills. And because, look at that, beautiful Uchimata
Got him.
Absolutely wonderful Uchimata. And he was straight over the top there. It was a hopping Uchimata. And he's gone over the top, and he's just holding his head there, and quite rightly so too. Quarterfinals, we'll see him again, but chances of a semi have just gone out the window.
Crazy situation is that Arbi Kamkoyev may end up on the podium, and Zrakova may not. He may go and lose the semi-final and you lose the bronze medal contest. Crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's always the situation, but a beautiful Uchimata. We're not getting replays, I did notice. Have we had any replays?
From that last step on?
Well,
no. Okay, we'll leave that.
We're not having any replays, but...
Right, coming on to the mat now, Alan Kubetsov of Russia. We spoke about him a couple of minutes ago. Jakub Kubiniec of Poland. Kubetsov in the white judogi. Kubiniec in blue. On the adjoining mat, Gershak Sabina and Anna Bernholm. Bernholm is leading by 2 Yukos, by the way. Incredible.
Yeah, you were saying about upper weight category, and it seems to suit her, doesn't it? Absolutely. Slightly heavier weight, and seems to be doing very well with it. A slightly different balance, probably suits her body type as well more.
Yeah. Cadet world champion Hassan Karl Muzaev in 2009, same year as Arbi Kormikaev, and look at the difference in him. He's struggling here, at the Zagreb Grand Prix, getting knocked out in the quarter-final, and his mate who won the same competition as him as a cadet is already Olympic champion. So for me, that underlines the point that Neil is talking about. There is no correlation here. There are massive gaps to close, because we're talking about 7 years as well.
Well, the other thing is you don't know what development programs, the difference between Kovalev and that particular Russian there. But so it would be interesting to have a look at it. It would, because it is for discussion, that's for sure. 2009,
it was the first Cadet World Championships as well. The Hungarians put on one of the best tournaments I've ever seen, and I'm not talking about best cadet tournaments. It was one of the best tournaments I've ever seen, and on the strength of that, having demonstrated that they can do that, they got a Grand Prix, and on the strength of a successful Grand Prix every year on the IGF World Tour, they now have next year's World Championships in the same venue.
Tell me what made it special then.
The organisation, the setup, it was so professional. I mean, these kids have never seen anything like it. We were accustomed to it because we were already on the IGF World Tour, but the whole presentation, I think it just lifted that year's judo. There have been subsequent Cadet World Championships, but I kid you not, that was at a level that was senior level. That was senior presentation, and the kids rose to the occasion. We had a terrific group there. Sakavat Gadzhiev won the under 50 kilo category. I know that sounds like Mickey Mouse schoolboy thing. He's now one of the Russian number ones coming up in the under 60 kilo category. Vera Nizamova won the under 40 kilo category. Gone. So here we've got that balance that Neil is talking about. You cannot say that one thing is going to equal another. Vera Nizamova's gone. Morishita Mai from Japan, gone, disappeared off the face of the earth. Endo Hiromi is still around and at 48 kilos. I'll just go through the women's first. Li Ning, gone. Flavia Gomez, don't see any longer. That was a Brazilian who won at 52 kilos. Tashiro Miku, the Japanese, was in the Olympic Games at 63 kilos, but not as a medal winner. Valeria Ferrari from Italy, Yuji Yon from Korea, gone as well at 70 kilos. Anton Krybovokov, the heavyweight Russian, he's still around, struggling to make it into the team. Iragishi Ryosuke from Japan, gone. Toma Nikiforov was the silver medalist. He's still around. He's a good boy, from Belgium. Lee Jae-young from Korea, also gone. Hassan Karl Muzaev, we spoke about. He is the sole. What did we say? It was 16 gold medal winners. One.
Yeah, it's amazing,
that
isn't it?
Point proved.
Yeah,
16 of them.
Absolutely.
Only one can come through. Yeah. So, and Arbi Kormikaev, we've just seen him there. Takato Naohisa ended up with a World Championship gold medal. And then that's it. That is it. So, we had one Olympic champion and one world champion from that lot.
Interesting. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad we did that. No, really. It'd be interesting as well, if you did the junior one, and to see the correlation. There's going to be more,
much like you say.
Yeah, much more. So all you coaches listening, just
don't
took that on board. Yeah.
Don't look at the cadet arena as the launch pad. It can be, But don't put all your eggs into that basket. There's a bigger thing to come after.
I think the main point is that it's about development. It's still about development and development of technique and learning how to play the game, which is very important. When you see a lot of the youngsters out here, it's sometimes just getting out there to win matches, which is important. You've got to know how to win matches as well as throw for a pon.
Wazari. Kubetsov beginning to
he's
give
been
him a working
struggling today, but he is. That's Sodi Surakami. I said there was a wonderful Sodi that he did, of course, that got him onto the 101 Ippons tape that's just been showed all over YouTube, but it's when he just caught the arm there and he just did a little sample of it there for a Wazari.
Anna Bernholm has won a contest against Gershak Sabina, and she's followed again by Tommy Macias, another Swede, taking to the mat. This time he's up against Sukrob Tursunov of Uzbekistan. That's on mat number 2, quarterfinal in the under 73 kilo category.
Well, I'm going to leave you with Sheldon just for a few minutes, and then I'll be back for some of the semi-finals leading up, and then of course Sheldon and I are together for all of the medal matches a bit later on.
Thanks very much, Neil. Chance there on the ground for Kubetsov, but they rolled off the competition area and the referee called Mate. So Kubetsov through to the semi-final. What have we got coming up next then? Oh yes, Aslan Lapinagov. He faces Jaromir Musil of the Czech Republic. It's Lapinagov of Russia in the white judogi and Musil of the Czech Republic in blue. Jaromir Musil is an experienced fighter, so this is a nice matchup here. The fight is just looking for a grip to settle on. Who is it that the Russians have got at under 100 kilos, I think? Or 90 maybe? They sent someone at 90. Alexander Grigoriev is at 90 kilos, but it's at 100. And I think we're going to see someone, Arsen Omarov and Adlan Bizultanov. That will be the action tomorrow at under 100 kilos. We've got 3 weight categories for men tomorrow, 90, 100 and plus 100. And tomorrow's star, I predict, will be Aslan Bizultanov. Or Adlan, beg your pardon, Adlan Bizultanov. Blocked without too much trouble there. Lapinigov felt that one coming. Blocked it fairly easily. I get the feeling that Aslan Lapinagov is stalking Jaromir Musel. It's the kind of thing that a hunter does when he's looking for his prey in the forest or the woods or something like that. Lapinagov is just sizing up his man now and ready to pounce. Penalised for an overly defensive posture there. That was Jaromir Musel's second penalty. Now there's a slight bit more urgency about Lapinagov. And he's put Wazari on the board, but a little bit generous. And now they do bring it down to Yuko. It was away from the referee. He wasn't in the best position for that, and his 2 contest judges had to help him out there. So Yuko, a fairer score for Lapinagov. Tommy Macias has won his contest on 2 in the under 73 kilo category. He's into the semi-final now. A little over half a minute left to go. Lapinagov leads here by Yuko. Really has looked untroubled for the whole contest. Okay, I think we're going to leave Mr. Lapinagov and go down to mat number 2. It's the under 73 kilo category quarter-final. Alexander Turner of the United States of America faces Toha Butbul of Israel. It's Turner in the white judogi, Butbul in blue. It's our first look. Well, it's the first time I've seen Turner in competition. He's fought almost exclusively in Pan America. Well, here he is in Europe now. He managed to turn off that little Kouchi. It's not the first time he's seen it. He was having a look at Butbul when Butbul won his second round contest against Luka Half of Slovenia. So it's not as though he hasn't seen that before. He managed to turn off that little Kouchi. And that Serenagi, well, Butbul wasn't able to complete it, and Turner landed on his front. He was the training partner for Christopher George of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the Rio Olympics. Christopher George fights at under 100 kilos, so what Turner was doing as his training partner, I don't know, but he was certainly giving away a few kilos. Couldn't get off that one. Got the hands tied up. Nice turn. Good position from Taha Butbul. Throwing Turner for Wazari. Plenty of time left on the clock. Big job, however, for Turner now. Down by Wazari. Well, he's going to have to spot when Butbul has got that strong grip, because each time Butbul takes hold of Turner, he's able to turn in and cause the American some problems. Be interesting to see what happens if Turner can get Butbul in the middle of the mat for a Newaza exchange. We know what the Israeli standing work is like. He's already caught Turner for Wazari, and he's threatened him on a couple of occasions. 2 minutes left to go. Be nice to have a look and see what Butbul has got to offer up as far as Newaza is concerned. Well, he's frustrating Turner by managing to attack him before he can get settled. Every time Alexander Turner looks as though he's about to get settled, Butbul manages to throw in an attack. They're not necessarily the strongest, just enough, however, to make Turner start again. And that time Turner manages to get in an attack first. Well, he just trapped the leg. There's no chance with a turnover. Minute left to go. Penalty's not going to trouble Butbul. He's got Wazari on the board. Good effort from Alexander Turner, albeit a losing one. Losing out to Toha Butbul of Israel. There's a semi-final taking place down on mat number 1. I think we should take a wander down there. Give Karolina Talach of Poland and Andrea Leszki of Slovenia, give them their due. Semi-final in the under 63 kilo category. Leszki just momentarily backed up into that their left side corner and almost getting caught. Left-sided from Talach. 13 seconds left to go. No score. In regulation time, we're going to have a period of golden score now. Leszki looking to go outside on the left. Maybe a big left Osodagari. Hasn't come up with an attack yet though. Well, good effort on the right side this time from Leszki. Low right-sided Tayatoshi that just had Talach defending for a moment. And now it's Talach's turn to come up with a big attack. Yes, Talach just wore her opponent down. Bit by bit, she came closer and closer to coming up with the score, and eventually with that Taniotoshi brought Leszki down for Yuko. Stay with us, we'll bring you more action from day 2 of the Zagreb Grand Prix. Now the repechage contest in the under 70 kilo category. Katie Jemima Yates-Brown of Great Britain faces Alexandra Samadzic of Bosnia-Herzegovina. It's Yates-Brown in the white judogi, Samadzic in blue. Yates-Brown picked up a penalty for passivity. Samadzic just that little bit busier. Then a huge Makikomi from Samadzic. Puts Yates-Brown over and onto her back. Good finish from the Bosnian player. Big finish, Nippon, from Alexandra Samadzic. That puts her into the bronze medal contest. Well, we've got the semi-final in the under 70 kilo category coming up now. Katarzyna Klis of Poland faces Anka Pogacnik of Slovenia. Klis in the white judogi, Pogacnik in blue. One more quarter-final contest to take place on mat number 2. After that, it's the semi-finals and repechage, and then we should have a bit of a break then. Well, Pogačnik going over again on that left side. Not quite strong enough to come up with a score, however. A little over 2 minutes left to go. Good effort from Kliss. Can't quite finish off, however. Teammate Damian Švanovetsky has just taken to mat number 2 in his contest against Bojan Dosen. And welcome back to Neil.
Yeah. Big surprises?
Now, Samad just managed to bury Katie Jemima Yates-Brown with a huge makikomi a moment ago, but apart from that, it's been fairly sedate.
A little bit disappointing for Yates-Brown, I think.
Yeah.
2 ippons, one after another. But Kliss, certainly one to look out for. I think Kliss is one of the ones that's really establishing herself. This Polish women's team really come up, hasn't it?
Yeah, I asked the Polish coach what had happened to one of their fighters from the under 63 kilo category, because kind of disappeared off the scene, but she apparently picked up a couple of injuries and has decided to call it quits. She was on a way out. Halima Mohammed Sagir, very, very good young fighter, but just picked up 1 or 2 injuries, and that's it for her. Mind you, her boyfriend is injured and he picked up a few injuries. He's also had to retire at a very, very young age. Tomek Kowalski, such a good boy. I think he won the
I think it's
Kano Cup at 19.
Well, I was going to say a lot of it comes from what we were talking about earlier, with the amount of pressure put on youngsters at an early age, and they pick up severe injuries and too early on in their careers, before
Chronic,
their development.
yeah.
They're doing weight training too early, or they're doing too much judo too early, and of course it means short careers, which is unfortunate. Well, this is a humdinger, isn't it? This is really going up to the wire. This one could possibly go to golden score, this semi-final.
Pogačnik hopes that it doesn't, and she hopes that she can nick a score now in the last half minute. Kliss has got that little bit more experience, and tactically she may be able to just shade Pogačnik out.
Well, it's techniques like that sometimes throw it away, because it was really a flop and a drop, wasn't it? No hands there, no kazushi, nothing. They've got to make sure that they keep the hands on and that they get full rotation. And of course, at this stage, once Shido decides who goes through to the final, so you can't afford it. It's got to go golden score.
It is then. One of the sponsors here is Jahreswagen Autoville. We may be able to have a chat with one of their directors during the break. It's always good when the sponsors can come along and see what they're involved in, see where their money is going. Maybe we'll get them to come and say hello to us. Get themselves a new car, maybe.
What are they like?
All right. Yeah, that'll do. And they call it Opal here in Vauxhall in the UK.
Well, this is a humdinger, isn't it? This could go either way for either one of these fighters. Kliss, will the experience win out in the end? Yes, it will. So,
The finish that was.
yeah,
What a
beautiful
finish.
technique. Absolutely, wasn't it? Just under pressure.
Huge. When you think how close it's been for so long, 4.5 minutes, and then in the end, clatters her, doesn't he?
So guaranteed gold or silver for Kliss and Poland, and it was golden score again, all within that first minute again, and left Haragoshi, or was it Makakomi, all the way cleanly onto her back for the Ippon.
We've got a repechage contest in the under 73 kilo category coming up now. Anthony Zing, we saw him earlier on. The German is in white. He faces Arbi Kamkoyev of Russia. Kamkoyev came a little bit unstuck.
It didn't
earlier
quite go
on,
his
yeah.
way, did it? How long did you say he's been out?
Bit of a shocker. Well, no, he hasn't been out. What I was saying is that it's taken him from 2009 when he won the Cadet World Championships to 2016, which is 7 years now, to get to the level where he's competing at men's judo and that sort of stuff. Whereas for his teammate, who went through the same competition structure and everything, it's been completely different. He's already won the Olympic Games.
Yeah. Well, we did. Yeah, we were
They're not
saying
on the
about
same planet.
No.
Really.
No.
He's struggling up, a medium level Grand Prix, whereas his teammate is already Olympic champion. So for me, again, we come back to that point. No correlation there. One thing doesn't necessarily lead to the other.
No, it doesn't. And he is definitely struggling here, but he was disappointed with the way it went previous match. Nice seeing Aggie.
Missed. Where does that look?
Well, it's dead giveaway, of course. When we just saw his body positioning there when he was going for the Newaza. He was sitting too high over his opponent, and much more difficult when you're sitting high over your opponent to catch an arm or to catch the neck. So that's all down to drilling as well. Preferring to throw, I think. Well, it's up to Zig as well to do something here. He hasn't attacked. It's been all Kamakayev. I'm surprised he hasn't had a penalty, actually.
Taking his time, the German. May just take a little bit too long. There's that little Cernaghi again. He's followed it up with a little bit of footwork. He's not too keen on the score that was given. And the referee commission just going to have another look at that action.
Well, I want to see how he landed. I'm not quite sure how he landed, actually, for that.
Yeah, we haven't got the benefit of the replays at the moment, but they've given Yuko, so judged to have landed more on his shoulder than his back, so they changed it from Wazari to Yuko. That's the lead from Kamkoyev. It follows the attack, the Seonagi attack that Zing was about to step over, and then with the right leg, Kamkoyev looked to bring the Ashiwaza into play, and that brought Zing down onto his side for Yuko.
The referee gave a Yuko there to Zing for just taking him onto his front. I mean, it was, well...
Yeah, I wasn't impressed with that as far as a score is concerned, and lucky enough his two colleagues helped him out and said no, there wasn't sufficient enough there to give a score. So it's Kamkoyev who leads by Yuko with 2 minutes left to go. There's no coach in the chair for Germany.
No, I'm wondering whether it's a club team that have come out or whether they've got just a junior team, but they've normally got coaches, haven't they? They've obviously, the women's team have got Brynjawski, who's out there, but I haven't seen a men's team coach or manager. It's unusual for the Germans.
It could be that they've put the big man in the stands already. They've put him out, you know, because he's up there.
Could be, couldn't it? He might have been removed from the chair. All the time looking for that Tomonagi into the Jujigatami there. Kamakayev just chewing his way through this contest. He's got a Shido on the board as well, coming up to the last minute. A little bit of frustration from Zing.
Single score. A little over half a minute left to go. Almost got into position to turn him there with the hands. And he does look frustrated, doesn't he?
Well, he didn't have good condition, did he? Kamkoyev didn't have good condition in the first round. I said then...
It hasn't improved.
No, well, I said then that I said he's going to have to really change his tack if he's going to go all the way through here, because he's got another 4 contests to go.
He doesn't look, as they say in football, he doesn't look match fit.
Yeah.
He's got some moves, but he doesn't really look up to super fitness. Oh.
"17 seconds then, and well, he gets a Shido for breaking balance there. I thought that broke balance.
Yeah, so did I, especially with the 2 feet coming over for the Tomoe-nage.
Yeah.
You know.
Well,
now he'll take another one here. 3rd penalty. Kamkoyev can't afford to make a mistake.
No, he's running away here because he just wants to fight for, I mean, look at that, for a defensive posture.
It was.
Struggling all the way, Kamakayev. So semi-final, and we've got Kanevets up against Zhakova of Kosovo, and this is semi-final of the under-73s. Do you want to stay here, Sheldon?
Yeah, why not? Zhgaros was just finished off Magdalena Kosakova of Austria. So, and then the other contest with Gershak now and Polares, that's a repechage contest, so we better do the semi-finalists.
Absolutely.
Give them their due. Right, we've been supplied with coffee and biscuits now. That's nice, isn't it? Well looked after here. Kanivets in the white judogi, Zhakova in blue. I wonder if his sister is watching on. Say hello to Nora. Might be at home with her feet up, relaxing on a Saturday afternoon, watching her brother, cheering on the TV screen or whatever it is that she's watching on. We're giving you a wave there. One of the most talented of fighters in her weight category. I really like watching her. She's got a good style. And hopefully in this coming cycle she'll be able to stay fully fit, because Nora Zhakova has got some real throwing skills. Powerful fighter.
Gigi Gatami looking for the roll. Needs to put the head away with the other leg. It's funny how they always concentrate just on the arm, and well, not always, but need to concentrate on the head as well. So Shido up to Zhakova. Well, this does depend on who wants it most, I think. Nice Sianagi there from Zhakova. Suddenly right the way underneath there, Kanivets. So a tough old fight, this one, to get through for a guaranteed gold or silver medal.
Kanivets has just gone about his business quietly and efficiently. Nothing flashy. Here he is, semi-final, and
just plugging away, isn't he?
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's not. I mean, it's not unattractive. It's just not flashy. There's no need for him to do anything spectacular. Zhakova's picked up the single penalty. If he's not careful, he'll go again. And yet Kanivets just, without breaking too much sweat.
That one's going to score.
Yeah.
That's definitely going to score. What he gets a Wazari for that.
As Neil says, it doesn't matter which side they come off. And for sure, that was not his original intention. He doesn't care.
No, there's no right or wrong side, is there?
No.
As long as they come off, and wherever they land, of course, depends on the score. But you're right, he just plugged away at that, just nice, steady, waited for his right moment there. Zhakova over the top. That's gone onto the arm as well. Well, we've seen him do that once before. Almost had the arm there of Zhakova. Well, he doesn't need to do anything silly now, just let the time go and just do exactly what he's been doing. There's a good technique as well there from Zhakova. Zhakova taking the fight to him, not giving up on this.
Yeah, it's all down to the Kosovan now. He's really got to make something happen. Kanivets is penalty-free at the moment, and there's a little less than a minute left to go, so we know that he's a clever fighter. We know you're not going to get anything flashy from him. He looks super fit.
Yeah, good condition, both of them. They're both going for it.
He moves nicely. He's got good gripping skills. So he's not the kind of fighter who is blowing hard and is going to pick like Arbi Kramkoyev would have picked up 3 penalties without a doubt in that space of time. He's going to take one here, though. Just the strong grip from Zhakova had Kanivets taking a kneel, and he picked up a single Shido, but with 15 seconds left to go, it's not likely that he'll give anything else up. Strong grip, making it difficult for Zhakova to work, and he will take another one here.
Yeah, and this is what I mean about doubling up on some of the penalties here, because he'll stop this. I think if there was danger of losing a match, would make them attack right the way through. Just something for maybe referees to look at.
I think the Sports Commission could decide, because I know this is a point we've discussed on a couple of occasions now, the Sports Commission could decide that the nature of the penalty, irrespective of whether it is a minor infringement, but the nature of the penalty, when it has that kind of effect on the contest, could be increased. It could be. They'd have to go along those kind of lines, you know, because you're giving a minor infringement a major penalty.
We were talking about it earlier. What is the thing you remember about the red area?
Don't step on it. Just keep away from it. You don't want to go there.
No.
You know.
Well, exactly. And so we need to have that in place.
So, we've got a couple of contests left, but there's a semi-final on mat 2 that we should go down to take a look at. Yeah, let's go to mat number 2. Barbara Matic of Croatia, the home favourite, faces Anna Bernholm of Sweden, having moved up to 70 kilos now. Looks really comfortable. Got a little bit of flush to her cheeks there. She's put on a couple of kilos. She could afford it as well, moving up from 63.
This is going to be the
70.
test, isn't it? This is going to be the test now to see how she is in the new weight. She's on the arm there, and Matic got a few problems. Well, I think that she looks better in this weight, Bernholm. I really do. I think she's the shape, her body shape, is actually looks better at 70 kilograms.
We were just saying earlier on, it's just going to be the question is how long it will take her to get used to the strength of players, the quality of Matic, who've been around now for a couple of years at that weight. Because Matic, throughout her junior career, was already fighting at 70, as was Kim Polling, as was Bernadette Graf.
That might score. That's going to score a Wazari, is it? That for me was progressive. Well, that'll be interesting to see if he gives it. He's given a Yuko, has he? Yes, the referee's given a Yuko. He's changed it to a Wazari. Well, I thought it rolled, but so anyway, Wazari, and the referee commission said change the score. Well, she looked threatening there, didn't she? Certainly Matic, when she hooked in, she had about 3 or 4 stabs at it.
Bernholm picks up a passivity penalty, but there's still well over half the contest still to come. Bernholm is supremely fit. She's in good condition, so I don't think there's any question that she can keep going. That's not going to come into it.
Yeah, this was the score. Hooked in there, and she's grapevining the leg there, which isn't a good thing, of course. And then just continues with the roll there. Makikomi takes her onto her back, but she rolls her onto her back.
Left-sided this time from Matic. Bernholm has to fight that off. Koji Gari and then Nippon Seanagi from Matic, but the feet were a long way off from the target area. Managed to get the top half in, but couldn't get the feet going. Put Bernholm under some pressure, however. Took about half a minute off the clock. When we looked there the last time, it was a little over halfway to go. Now it's 1:20. Clock ticking away very quickly, or so it appears.
Yeah, just doing what she needs to do now, Barbara Matic. She's got just over a minute to go. She's a Wazaria Bernholm, all up to her to come forwards. I was saying, Sheldon, that it's nice to see different matchups. We saw a lot of the fighters fighting each other 4, 5, 6 times, or 16 times. Try that one for certain weight categories. So nice to see people fighting each other that haven't fought each other. Of course, in this case here, Matic and Bernholm. Bernholm, of course, up from 63 kilograms. So everybody she fights is a new one. It's a second penalty there for her, second Shido. But she's coming forwards. She is trying hard.
Oh, just missed the Ojigari. But Matic managed to turn just as Bernholm was about to come in for that Ojigari. Well, there's frustration written all over Bernholm's face here. She need not necessarily be that disappointed. What I think she should do is to step back and look at the overall performance. She's in the semi-final of a Grand Prix, and ask herself how many Grand Prix semi-finals did she make as an under 63 kilo player. So right from the get-go, here she is. She just moved categories. Grand Prix semi-final, you know, there's got to be something in this weight category for her, so she's got something to look forward to, because she didn't make it to Rio. It was a teammate, Mia Hermansen, who went. She's probably still got the feel, I want to go to an Olympic Games, and if she hangs around and she does a good job, she knows what the qualification process is like, she's been the whole cycle. If she hangs around and she does a good job, she could be going.
And as we said, this will start them off in the right direction, because it's early points, but improves qualification and it improves seeding for the next Grand Prix tournaments.
We're going to stay here on mat 2 because there's a repechage contest taking place on mat number 1, and we want to watch the repechage contest here between Sukhrov Tursunov of Uzbekistan. He faces Alexander Turner of the United States of America. Tursunov in the white, Jalogi Turner in blue. And as I said earlier on, it's our first look on this side of the big pond at Alexander Turner. Competed almost exclusively in the Pan American arena. And now here he is having his first run out in Europe. So we get to have a look at him here. Beautiful little effort there. Just can't finish off. That was a nice turn, wasn't it?
Reverse Sianagi, and yeah, like you say, a nice rotation through, and they have to come off the other side. It ties up the lapel so tight, it really does.
Che Min-ho, the Olympic champion from Beijing in the under 60 kilo category, was the first that I saw deliver that, maybe 2005. He started turning them, and they were wondering whether to give a score at first.
Yeah, but if you came off the other side, then it wasn't allowed.
I remember Kai Kusakabe, the Japanese girl, used to throw in 2001 at in Munich. She threw a few people with that, and they wouldn't score it.
No, exactly. Well, they said they're coming off the wrong side. That's why I was saying to you there isn't a wrong side.
But what happened was, when it became clear that it was deliberate, Yeah. This is not a mistake, because you could have gone in for somebody and they fell off. Well, you weren't in control. Well, the Uzbek gets hold of him there.
But it is a bit like picking them up for Uranagi and then dropping them, because you can't, do you still get the score?
Yeah, I think, well, once you lose control. And that was the point yesterday. I went down to ask the refereeing commission about the arm lock. And what they say is... let's get this right. The person applying the arm lock is the Tory. The person doing the technique is the Tory. Uke is the one who's receiving the technique. So the Russian who was being arm locked, he has to take control of the man and lift him. They said he didn't have control. He was lifting him up on his arm, but he didn't have control.
I asked them to explain it to me, so I've obviously got that explanation coming then, because I didn't understand that one in the least.
Well, I didn't.
No.
You've got the man lifted off the ground, so it's no longer a technique on the ground any longer. And I thought there's not going to be, they're not going to give a score. However, there was no control from him.
Well, Kubetsov here against Lapinagov.
Oh, beg your pardon, I forgot to do that. Alan Kubetsov of Russia faces Aslan Lapinagov of Russia. The two Russians go head-to-head. No coaches anywhere near. They just left it completely up to them. Well, Kubetsov in the white, Lapinagov in blue. Sorry, Neil.
I was going to say, if we could, if possible, to just change it over, just to mat number 1, which we'll do in a minute. We've still got Makias against Budpul of Israel. Like to get to the two Russians going to head-to-head if we can in the semi-final. Russia guaranteed gold or silver, of course, and possibly a second person on the rostrum. So I think we're just about to go over.
Oh, beg your pardon. Yeah, let's go down to mat number 1.
Yeah, we're just about to go over to mat number 1 for
sorry about that.
All-Russian fight.
Kubetsov has taken the lead here. He's got single Yuko.
Yep, Yuko ahead.
I know we're going to annoy a few of the Swedish viewers having moved, but they can click on mat 2 and they can get that. What they won't get is our commentary. Sorry about that.
Well, of course, these two, a little bit of a domestic here. I think they're fighting for regular places on that Russian team for the coming matches, and so obviously gold or silver here would really put them in good stead. So that's what this domestic is about. So much depth in the under 81 kilograms category. They've got the Olympic champion there. They've got the former Olympic bronze medalist from London there, who's a former world champion. They've got quite a few.
Single Shido picked up by Kubetsov, and as Neil was suggesting, this is a little bit more than just bragging rights between the pair. They'll both be jockeying for position in their national team placings and future selections. So there's a feel about the gripping as well, the gripping and movement that you get when, I'm going to run the risk here, when it's real or not, because we went through a few of these things back from 2009 and 10, and it didn't have this kind of feel.
Well, that's why I said to you that it's a little bit of a domestic going on here, just to see who gets a regular selection, I would have said, and Kubetsov here certainly going for it.
Isn't it funny, you look at a contest and you know almost immediately whether it's real or not. There's some gripping that went on here, and you could see, I'm not taking that grip, and it was, it's hard.
You've been very diplomatic. You really are.
I remember watching Magomedov, one of the toughest, real hard at 81, going over like, fairy dust.
Well, we did have a few few thoughts on it, didn't we? And felt that we couldn't say too much about it.
Well, I'm glad that's out of the way now.
Yep, it is, and these two definitely going for it. We'll see how it is when we get to real qualification points. But another Shido there, up there for Kubetsov. Kubetsov definitely on the defensive in this semi-final match now. Just needs to block him out. He could go another Shido probably, but I think Lapanagov will have other thoughts on that. He's going to come forwards and he's going to take the fight to him.
Picked up a third penalty there. 20 odd seconds left to go. You don't want to give this away.
Well, that would be a shame, wouldn't it? Tactical play, so important as well. And that's all part of the development, of course. It's not just the skills part of it and learning how to transition from standing down to ground, but you've got to learn how to play the game as well.
You know, for me it's so clear this is a fight because there's an urgency of movement and reaction to everything that you can't stage manage. You just cannot stage manage it.
Well,
terrific fight.
Yeah, you can't stage manage that either, can you?
Busted at the end.
Yeah.
Good effort from Kubetsov and Lapinagov. I enjoyed watching that. And there are lots of countries when they match up. Right, well that's all the judo that we've got for you on mat number 1. We won't be jumping around again today because we're going to go to mat number 2. We're going to see the remainder of the contest, the semi-final between Tommy Macias of Sweden. He's up against Toha Butbul of Israel. Butbul has picked up 2 penalties. We've got half a minute left to go. It's Macias in white, Butbul in blue, and here's Neil.
Yeah, Macias just doing well here to hold off. He's going to defend this lead that he's got. A couple of Shidos against Butbul, but very impressed with this young Israeli team. Put a load of youngsters out here and they're fighting very, very well. Of course, not everybody is here. There's quite a few that have retired from competition or taking a little bit of a break, but it gives the youngsters a chance to establish themselves. Butbul coming forwards, 6 seconds to go. It doesn't look as if he's going to catch him at all. Macias then of Sweden is going to be into that final with a guaranteed gold or silver medal. So I think that'll be the first time Macias has been through into a major senior Grand Prix final.
On the World Tour in any case, yeah, IJF
Certainly.
World Final. Good for him.
Yeah, well, it's a good Swedish team as well, isn't it? They've got a nucleus of good fighters. They're all together, all training full-time together as a unit, and it pays.
Thank you for all your messages, personal or otherwise.
Yeah, there was a little message in there that I saw that was aimed my way, and I'd like to thank my wife for that.
Oh, there you go.
I would.
Go. Right, 73 kilo categories over. We've got the under 81 kilo category repechage contest between Asaf Chen of Israel. He faces Bojan Dosen of Serbia. Chen in the white judogi, Dosen in blue. We'll follow that with the last of the semi-finals. But here's Chen in the white judogi and Dosen in blue.
Well, again, it's Israel. So he brought a full squad and fully expected a handful of medals. Five minutes. We've got 2 contests left. This particular one here that we're looking at, and then we have a semi-final with Sokonyai going for the final in the next match, which will be our last one of this morning session, which has gone quite substantially into the afternoon, and then we'll have a couple of hours before all of the medal matches, which will be all Sheldon and I, for those medal matches. But certainly yesterday and today's been good. I've really enjoyed the judo, and it's been attacking judo, which is the most important thing. That fighters really going for it, trying to win. They've got everything to prove, and you can kind of tell that when they're coming up against each other.
Yeah, that was the... this is going to be the first final for Tommy Macias on the IGF World Tour. It was also the first semi-final that he'd been in. He'd been in the quarter-final in the quarter-final in the Grand Slam against Arbikam Koyev. Lost in the quarter-final, won the repechage contest and won the bronze medal. So he's been a bronze medalist in a Grand Slam, but not in a semi-final. He didn't get the semi-final.
No, it's one step up each time, and I get a lot of pleasure while having a look at... I remember when Menezes came through as junior world champion, and she came through into the seniors, and the Brazilians were putting her out there in under 48 kilograms, and then 4 years later she was Olympic champion. It happens. And then of course we just had that was Basile. Just look at what happened there. Basile under 66 kilograms just qualifies in the last qualification match.
Oh, that was nice.
That was beautiful, wasn't it? Kosodagak there, Wazari scored, and Dorsen goes into the lead.
Sorry, you were saying about Basile.
Yeah, Basile, well, he qualified, didn't he? Last qualification event, had to win it. We thought, well, that was a tall order. And then he went and won it. And everybody went, well, look at that, you know. And so he gets his chance for the Olympic Games. Morning of the Olympic Games, he said, I'm going to kill everybody. We all had a look at the draw and said, well, I'm not so sure about that. But he stuck by his word, killed everybody, threw everybody for Ippon, including the final.
Who could have predicted that?
Unbelievable. I just wish I was a betting man, do you know what I mean? Because we would have made $1 million on that one.
Well, we got warned, didn't we?
Yeah.
No betting.
Yeah, and
we were not allowed to bet.
Not only threw the current world champion for Ippon, but he throws a back somersault straight afterwards
for
as well.
Good measure.
Just for good measure. So now he's got a long way to come back from this, hasn't he, Shen? He realises that. 2 minutes to get it back, and Wazari, he needs an Ippon really. Saying that, a Wazari on the board would be beneficial, because then the Shido against Shen. Dusen just needs to do exactly what he's doing at the moment here, just throwing the attacks in, and just at the right time. So no Shidos, he doesn't need any Shidos.
Well, blowing your own trumpet is never a good idea, and it could be that I'll make a big faux pas now in blowing my own. But the last words in my day 2 preview for Rio were an outsider, maybe Fabio Basile.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
And I am actually reading that. Yeah, you did.
An outsider, maybe Fabio Basile. Now, don't bring it up for any other reason
than he won the Olympic gold medal.
No, that was just a luck thing. But a major judo website, whose name I won't mention,
don't.
Yeah, I won't.
Don't do it.
Said Basile wins, Olympic Games. Who could have predicted that?
And here we are. We are. I'm sat next to him.
Yeah, there you go.
And yeah,
from the horse's mouth.
And he wouldn't mention it, but he just has.
No, because I don't believe in blowing my own trumpet.
It's just like I don't want to promote my book. 7 seconds left then. Holding on to the Wazari here. Dawson's going to definitely be fighting for bronze. And that's it. He wins the final repechage match. One more semi-final to come, and that's it for this first session.
He's showing off, isn't he? We just Max, our IJF colleague, just walked past us with his, I have to admit, not unattractive girlfriend. Just walked her all over the arena, hasn't he? Look, waving to everybody. He was like a member of the royal family, just giving the royal wave. Choki is about to take to the mat. Choknai Laszlo of Hungary. He faces Damian Szwanowicki of Poland. It's Choknai in the white judo gi, Szwanowicki in blue, and he's one of those rare individuals who has a nickname but is perfectly happy for us to call him by it. He's such a nice guy. And he said, I ran into him in the corridor in some tournament a couple of years ago, and he said, "Oh, you call me Choki." And he's a big guy. He's like, he's not tall, but he's broad. He's he's stocky, powerfully built fighter. And I thought, oh, I'm in trouble here, because I've called him Choki.
And you would have been.
And he said, "I like it. You speak me Choki." So, okay, good. Right. Okay, I will then, man. I will. Just like it, he said. He said it just like that.
Well, Swazolitsky might have something to say about this, but he's got his work cut out here, because I think that Sokunyai, I think, definitely favourite for this one, and physically so strong, and it's really starting to come into his own in this category. He really is. Gets better and better every time I see him.
You were talking about in the gym on the bike. And he's rolled him on the Osai Komi here. That looks tight. Look at the shoulder.
Yeah, he's not going to let go of that, is he? Like I said, it's all about transition. Ties it up, and he's got, he's got
dead, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He's not going to move
giving him
far
the dead
from
shoulder.
Katagatami.
Oh, yeah.
And it's all over. Sokunyai is through.
I was just going to say that I'd seen Szwanowicki in the gym, and I'd been on. I was already in there, and he came in, and I was on this machine. Absolutely no lie, but what you said yesterday reminded me of it. I was on this machine, and I could see that he wanted it. I was off like a shot. I said, "Yeah, sorry, mate. It's all yours. You can have that one." Mind you, his lifting technique was very poor.
Yeah,
I have to say that. Right, we've had a terrific morning.
It's been excellent. We've seen some great judo, and it's been a great 2 days so far. And we're going to have some great medal matches tonight as well. Sokunyai, one of my favourites, I think, for under 81 kilograms.
Our concern, in exactly the same way that you will be at home when you're offered something, you look at it on paper and you think, oh, is that going to work? How good is this competition going to be? What stars have we got? Where are the highlights going to come from? Well, we have those concerns too. We look at it and we think, it's not a big entry, or it's not a superstar. We haven't got great people here. We've had surprisingly good quality judo. Some nice finishes as well, and some interesting matchups. Neil was talking a couple of minutes ago about Anna Bernho moving up from 63 to 70, and it's all new for her. Well, there are several fighters for whom it is a new undertaking, and we've enjoyed 2 days of judo so far.
So far, it's been great. The transition has been amazing as well. I always like to see good transition from standing down to ground. We're going to see a lot more a little bit later on, so tune in for some great medal matches.
We look forward to your company at 5 o'clock. But from Neil and myself, bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye now.